believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. Person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to America's Third Party. I am David Sponheim, and today is Truth Tuesday. Hello. Welcome. Yeah, it's been a big, huge day. Trump obstructing, the Republicans in the House obstructing. It's been busy. Everyone's been obstructing justice. The FBI hasn't taken calls from people that were witnesses. They're turned away, according to people in the field. They say they're calls don't even get through. If they even saw Brett Kavanaugh at that party, they couldn't even get a phone call through to the FBI. So the FBI is stonewalling everybody who's got any information, and they're telling everybody that they're ready to close the case. So we're talking about incredible corruption in our country at the highest level. Thank you, Pizdets. And I'd like to thank Scissorfight for making that introduction. He did a fantastic job with the music. It was amazing. Now, we now know that FBI is quick to end the Kavanaugh inquiry as soon as Wednesday. So they're not even going to give it a full week. Okay. And we're going to leave this whole thing knowing that Kavanaugh was in a bar fight, that his friend threw a glass at somebody and cut the guy's ear. That friend of his went to jail. Kavanaugh was basically sloppy drunk, according to all his friends. We saw him lie in front of the American people, blinking numerous times when asked about whether he knew anything that Ramirez was saying was true. And he nodded yes, and he said no, not. It's amazing. This guy has all the tells of a person lying through his teeth about everything that happened when he was in college as a rebellious football player, beer-drinking football player. I don't know about you, but I don't think that's the intelligence we need. A person who likes to kill their brain cells by drinking beer and thinks that's a good thing. It's just not the kind of people we need to make decisions that will affect the lives of countless people, let alone a rapist, or let's say an alleged rapist, making decisions about a woman's right to reproductive health. I think we're heading down a very dark road if these rigged elections lead to rigged Supreme Court nominees, lead to more corruption. I think we're heading in the wrong direction. We're not going to clean up this country. We're going to go down a very dark and ugly corridor, which leads us right to what I believe is happening in America. And this is Truth Tuesday, so I might as well tell you the truth. We are under the same siege that Germany was under in the 1920s and 30s. A man who liked to read Adolf Hitler's speeches, according to Ivana Trump. Every time he went to bed, he liked to read Adolf Hitler's speeches, is now leading our country with little or no restraint. Now, I'm expecting Mueller to come out with all kinds of obstruction charges, but nothing happened in September like he said it would. He's still sitting on the sidelines, and now they're getting rid of 2 prosecutors there, and some people are saying that they're going to close down, and they're in the 4th chapter. This is the final chapter of the case. It's going to be shut up. Now, Comey's saying it. Well, isn't that kind of convenient that James Comey's saying that now, when he was the one responsible for Hillary Clinton losing in the election? When he said 11 days before the entire election that Hillary Clinton was under criminal investigation. At the same time, Comey had, for 5 months prior, the dossier and all kinds of criminal indictment potential with the dossier. He didn't say a thing about Trump. And in answer to why he did that, Comey said that he did it because he knew that Hillary was going to win, and he didn't think it would matter. Can you imagine the mindlessness of that statement? It just shocks me that this man would work with the Russians, essentially. So now I'm thinking, when Trump was asked by Lester Holt, why did you fire James Comey? I just wanted to end the Russian thing. Well, because, James Comey's been working with Russia. It all comes clear now. You realize this is all to get James Comey out of the spotlight, and now he comes back into the spotlight, and he says this is pretty much wrapped up. We're seeing obstruction at all levels from Donald Trump and the Republicans in the House. It's unbelievable the amount of obstruction going on defending Trump's connection to Russia. There's lagging going on the site. If you guys are having problems connecting to our site, we have a video cast button at America's Third Party. You'll find 2 other shows ready to go. I've got tikilive.com. I've got a show over there. Nobody's in the room right now. And I've got Periscope. So if you're complaining about problems, we're here. David, hello. Hey, are you getting inundated with political robocalls seeking your opinions? No, they usually tell you what to do. Well, I don't need to tell you what I do. I spend my time all the time building this third party. I've got a record of 10 years working on this show every night, 50 plus hours a week dedicated to this effort. So you don't have to ask me what I do. Just go look at my videos. You'll see what I do. It seems like Comey's been working with Russia all along, which is very suspicious. Now, there was some letters sent to the president. Deadly ricin is suspected in the mail. They're looking at that at the Pentagon right now.
Are awaiting the results from the FBI on all 3 matters. The 2 envelopes that were received here at the Pentagon, the 1 envelope the Secret Service said was received at an undisclosed location addressed to President Trump. Not knowing when the FBI will come to a conclusion about the testing, not known if they will make it public. In the case of the Pentagon, it's important to say both those letters were screened at a remote mail facility. They did not come into the building. There was no threat to the 20,000 people that work here.
Today we're here to talk about trucks.
Good to know.
Trucks.
Well, what truck brand comes from the family of the most dependable, longest-lasting, full-size pickups on the road?
I think it's a Chevy.
Ford.
Wow. I just got a couple links just now that I can't even pick up because they're coming at me with a commercial. Yeah. Everything comes at me with commercials. Okay, let me get a couple links that I missed here. Amazon jumping. Got a bunch of things here.
I have here a letter. We never know.
All right. Lots of things to process. All right. Okay. And then moving on to this story, which is huge. How Trump is trying and failing to get rich off his presidency. Now, I believe that the relationship with China is so bad that it could trigger problems down the road for our country long term. I'm going to hope that this is a positive time period for us, but it's not. China is ramping up with some sort of a new military installation in the Southeast China Sea, which has direct conflict with our destroyers within a half of a football field's length yesterday. And Jack Ma says that Donald Trump's trade war with China could lead to military conflict. So everything about Donald Trump is wrong, and we should have made corrections along the way. And I believe at this point that Mueller is acting too slow and is possibly even bought off. I'm going to throw that out there. Yeah, see, it goes right to a Chevy ad every time I click on it, so I'm going to just not click on that. Now, according to this, Donald Trump committed tax fraud to receive equivalent of $413 million from his father, Fred. Remember when he was trying to amalgamate $1 billion, and we even heard Trump call up on a radio show pretending to be somebody else, masking his voice and saying that Trump is worth $1 billion. He desperately wanted to be worth $1 billion. Well, during that time period, they've unearthed a tremendous amount of tax information about him and his father at the time. And it looks like Trump engaged in suspect tax schemes as he reaped riches from his father. I'm sure his brother and sister will be very interested in that. Yeah. I'm sure they're very upset what's going on, too. You know, this guy's been taking money from everybody just to keep going. It's as if he'll do anything for money, and that's why he's been such a national security risk for our country. If you think for a second you can come into my show and do that, you're not going to be able to stay very long, buddy. I read much faster than you could even imagine. Nope. Jack is the Amazon. Yeah, Jack Ma is the Amazon of China. He's very big, and who cares at this point? If he believes China is going to have a war with us, then maybe he's just trying to, make money off this transaction. Any other questions? Great. I think we're covering the details here. So, according to this, Trump engaged in suspect tax schemes as he reaped riches from his father. The president has long been sold himself as a self-made billionaire, but at times investigation found that he received at least $413 million in today's dollars from his father's real estate empire, much of it through tax dodges in the 1990s.
Alibaba's #1 shareholder is cashing out big time. Japanese telecom giant SoftBank announcing plans to sell around $8 billion worth of shares in the Chinese dot-com giant, the only time it's ever sold Alibaba stock since it first invested in the company 16 years ago. SoftBank says it's just looking to free up funds.
Well, that's nice. Alibaba is a big company. I'm not really that interested in that story. So wouldn't it be great if the old expression sober as a judge applied to Brett Kavanaugh? Unfortunately, he's not sober. He never has been sober. He's been completely out of it. I think they need to drug test him too. Yeah, I think if we're going to do an FBI investigation, if they haven't drug tested him, and I want to know his height and weight too. I really believe we need to know more details about Brett Kavanaugh. At this point, he's probably got a blood alcohol level of 0.20 while he's sitting there talking about a woman's right to have an abortion. And why hasn't he committed to a case law, Roe v. Wade? How come he hasn't committed to talking about Roe v. Wade in the judicial hearing? That's absurd. When they looked at his record, they didn't even ask him specific questions about Roe v. Wade. They just let him skirt around the whole story. He should agree with Roe v. Wade or not be chosen as a Supreme Court justice, period. But if these allegations of sexual harassment or worse, rape, attempted rape, because rape is a violent crime, if those are true, then this guy is really not the guy to decide a woman's right to abortions. Ted Kennedy went to work in Congress drunk every day. I wouldn't doubt that. Yeah, Ted Kennedy stayed in Congress as a senator to avoid any prosecution in the Mary Jo Kopechne case. Believe it or not, he was evading prosecution by remaining senator all those years. Isn't that interesting? Democrats don't have an issue with being drunk. Every time I've ever talked to a Democrat, they're drunker than a skunk on vodka. You see, Democrats are alcoholics on vodka, and Republicans are alcoholics on scotch and beer. Hey, FedEx. Wow. We got a guy in the show who's trying to get in, FedEx. People are getting into our iBlog show. That's interesting. Agricultural farmers still suffer with Trump-tard trade war raging on. Yep. And this hurt the soybean farmers because China just won't buy soybeans. And I'm telling soybean farmers now is the time to not be genetically modified. Switch back to heirloom soybeans, or better yet, black beans. Make your product better so China looks up to it, not down to it. This is a time to retool, not a time to let the tariffs destroy our opportunities. In every single barrier, you see a new opportunity. I suggest that soybean farmers start picking out heirloom black beans that will be much more beneficial long term for producing a tremendous amount of food. It's more appealing to people to eat black beans than soybeans anyway. So more tariffs mean bigger losses for farmers. Trump should have known that. But it's costing us $12 billion. Trump is giving the farmers $12 billion more in farm aid, which we don't have, by the way. Thanks, Eric. Soy oil sucks. It's junk. If we had something like black beans, we could probably... I've never even seen a black bean oil. I bet it's pretty good. Just something different. Soybeans are just... And the GMO stuff that's out there sucks. Soybeans probably are causing men to turn homosexual. I wouldn't doubt it. There's esters in soybeans, and genetically modified soybeans probably makes you want to be gay even faster. Soy people have a look. Yeah, it's that look of wanting to be gay. You do have black bean oil? I've never seen it. Good for you. Our national security at this point is a joke. We've got a president who's completely imbribable and has a sex tape out there on him. There's a Sponheim username. Oh, thank you. Keep me abreast of some of these people that come in here. I think Hillary's got possible cloning going on. I don't know. We'll get to the truth of that. I'd like to talk about it sometime, but I can't really find the right time to talk about it. They've had cloning capabilities for 40 years now. Yes, mayonnaise is made with genetically modified soy. I've been outsourcing my mayonnaise. I've been getting avocado mayonnaise. It's actually better. And actually looking at other options. In fact, Best Foods and Hellmann's makes an organic non-GMO mayonnaise from non-GMO sourced soy. That's a new product that they're selling. I was surprised to see it. I was really pleasantly surprised. There is nothing to fix, Howie. We've given you 4 different call-in points and you never called in on Skype, so we won't be doing Skype with you, man. The IRS is limited to how far back it can book with filing charges in criminal court. There is no statute of limitations for civil tax fraud. Really? So civil tax fraud is a possibility. If Trump made $418 million on his dad through tax fraud, that's definitely a civil case. Well, Great Value mayonnaise is soybeans, GMO soybean. I know it's a good deal. Don't get me wrong, but that's genetically modified soybean oil. Not all mayonnaise is, no. Do I have to show you the bottle of organic Best Foods mayonnaise? Okay. Wow. Well, here it is, and it is available at your grocer's. Hellmann's makes it, Best Foods makes it. This is the product. And they're carefully crafted. Yep, non-GMO organic products. Yep. It's available. I'm just telling you, don't think for a second we aren't all thinking about how to live. When you people want to just eat crap, go ahead. You've got about 30 years of life ahead of you. If you want to live, as in a long life, you definitely want to get better quality food. Well, a man named Dr. Seralini did a study in Italy on genetically modified corn and its effect on rats, the same rats that Monsanto tested. And the GMOs led to tumors in almost all the rats. You see, GMOs were genetically modified corn was tested on rats up to 3 months. But Dr. Seralini did a study all the way to 24 months, and his rats didn't look so good. These were his rats from GMOs ingested in their body. Now, a rat's life of, say, 4 months is equivalent to a human life of 40 years, roughly. So you got about 40 years before you're going to look like that rat, just so you know. And Monsanto tried to shut him down, but he sued back in international court in 2014, won, prevailed against Monsanto. And there's a lot of other people prevailing against Dow and Monsanto now. If we don't get wise, folks, our world is going to come crashing in on all of us. We're allowing these people to poison the earth. I know, Devil's Triangle's here. Who are we banning? Oh, him? Okay, thanks. Did you hear me, David? You should have a positivity day so I can come here and be uplifted. Oh, well, yeah, bingo. Well, your problem is you never take into consideration any conspiracies. You live in a kind of a fool's paradise. And anybody can sit around and just pretend like everything's great and act like, oh, gee, nothing's wrong in my world. Everything's fine. Yeah. But then you realize you're saying that over and over again and you're going nowhere. And your world is crashing in on you.
Here we go again. Here we go again.
Been there, done that. There's nothing new to it. I felt this rush before. And as we have reached it, the peak of everything will fall in like rocks when you decided to. Been there, done that. There's nothing new to it. I felt this rush before. And as we have reached it, the peak of everything will fall in like rocks when you decided to. Been there, done that. There's nothing new to it. I felt this rush before. Woo, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
All right, yeah. So, yeah, we try to be upbeat whenever I can. I'll give you a little superficial upbeat during the show because I know that it gets kind of boring after a while. Yeah, so Newsweek, what do we got? Take a look over here.
As for Alibaba, Reuters' John Ruwich says this comes at an unfortunate time.
SoftBank's been an investor in Alibaba since 2000. That was 1 year after Alibaba was founded in Jack Ma's living room. So it says it's sticking by Alibaba, but the timing of this sale of shares is inopportune for Alibaba. It comes less than a week after the company announced that it was under investigation by the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission for accounting issues. Alibaba's also been in the headlines recently because of a dispute, of a row with the International Anti-Counterfeit Coalition. So, right, Alibaba joined this group in April, and then there was basically a mutiny among the members of this group who were unhappy about Alibaba becoming a member, and so Alibaba was subsequently kicked out.
Yeah, well, we don't want people counterfeiting, and I don't blame people, for getting angry that, yeah, if they're continuing to counterfeit, Alibaba shouldn't be a part of that organization, if indeed that's what they're doing. All right, great. Glad to hear it. Hello, DT Laura. Welcome to the show. All the President's Women versus All the President's Men. This is a documentary. This looks like fun. We could do that tonight. Yeah, sure. All the President's Women.
Well, Lyndon just had it all.
He had sex with a secretary on a desk.
Well, this is amazing. This is going to be wild. I can't get over having that. Thank you. I'll add it to tonight's playback. Well, we've got a problem because Jack Ma says that this trade war that Trump is creating, which I think is for his own personal gain, is happening, and Jack Ma thinks that it could be leading to war with China. And China is being very provocative, building those Southeast Asian, right out there in the South China Sea, they're building this island, and they're landing bombers, nuclear bombers on them. And they said they would never do that. So our only alternative is to build another facility right next to them. We should probably bring a carrier group out right now and set it up, because they tried to make a very aggressive action against our destroyer running in international waters. So if we want to ramp up, let's ramp up. Let's get started. If they want to have a war with us, then I guess that's where we're headed. Or we could just stop with the tariffs and Trump could get his brain back. And then we could negotiate peace with them and maybe turn that island they're building into some sort of an international way station for maybe troubled vessels, something like that. But putting nuclear bombers on that island is very provocative. But we got to do something. Trump starting a trade war with them is a bad move. I think it's because he needs more money. He's running out of money. Yeah, it seems like everything about Trump is making more money, and he's losing money according to experts, even though he's trying to make money. He's got conflict of interest everywhere you turn. And he's planning the trade war so he has bargaining power over China personally so he can sell more of his businesses. This guy's only thinking about his own business, I'm telling you. Asian markets fall as U.S.-China tensions get worse, oil prices surge. Well, isn't that interesting? So alienating China is giving Russia higher oil prices, which is what they wanted. So Trump is doing that. Wow. So here Trump is working for Russia again. By alienating Asian markets, he sent oil prices up, which is exactly what Russia wants. Fascinating. Everything's about Russia with Trump. I mean, everything. He supports them 100%. Any way he can help Vladimir Putin, he does, because if he didn't, Vladimir Putin would show the sex tapes of him watching prostitutes urinating. That's all we know. But they're real. And Mueller is not investigating aggressively anymore. He seems to be backing off now that he cut a plea agreement with Manafort. It's as though the mob's working on this plan somehow. Yeah. Well, we're going to cut a deal for Manafort and make sure he doesn't talk big time about the money laundering. But you, Mr. Mueller, you're going to back off of Mr. Trump. Otherwise, bad things are going to happen to you and whatever else is going on, you know? You know, this is a serious muscling mob activity going on here. It's obvious. And we're just American citizens watching it all. It's like theater. Yeah, it looks like there's been some mob threats going on. Well, for one, I don't see Mueller acting with objectivity. He seems to be careful and afraid he's going to get fired. We need a prosecutor who will fight forward with a vigor, even if it means getting fired, because as a case, all the case study that they're putting into this moves on to the next prosecutor. Trump can't stop the investigation. He can fire Rosenstein, he can fire Mueller, but it's not going to stop the investigation. Or Congress is going to be guilty of treason as well. The House has already acted treasonous. They purposely negotiated with Trump about the investigation. Devin Nunes bringing all the information to him on a silver platter. That's totally illegal. Trump is engaged in obstruction now in the Kavanaugh case, which shows you what he's doing. He's telling the FBI when and where to investigate and who to answer questions. There are people calling up saying they were witnessed Kavanaugh and they can't even get through to the FBI. Okay, Voters for Truth likes the centrist angle. Well, we've been around for 10 years, thank you. And our effort has always been to create a middle-of-the-road, fiscally conservative political platform, but socially liberal. We want to retain Roe v. Wade. We don't want to violate a woman's rights to her choice, but I do have the first trimester abortion law on the horizon, something that John Kasich put together in Ohio. My idea came out before that, so who knows? This first trimester law would give a woman a choice of an abortion prior to 20 weeks, which I think would be a good compromise, where we wouldn't have to go back to restructuring case law. We don't need to go back in time. I mean, the back alley abortions of the 1950s and 60s were horrendous. Women died left and right bleeding out with coat hangers jammed up their uterus. It's beyond belief, the horror. And you know, the irony here is we've lost nearly 60 million potential people with abortions. And it's tragic, really, when you think about it. But our crime rate went down 45%. Can you imagine? My qualifications to be president: I am over 35. I'm a U.S. citizen who's lived in America for the past. I'm a natural-born U.S. citizen who's lived in the country for my whole life. So you can't just leave the country and come back. You have to be continuously here for 14 years. I've been here all my life, so I'm not bought off by the corporations. I have no connections to corporate money or to the governments in the country, so I'm kind of completely objective on all levels. I don't have any of the ties that so many corrupt Democrats and Republicans have, where they have to do certain things in order to keep their position. I don't buy into the party system. I think it's a failure. I think we've reached the point where it's no longer effective for our nation. I'd rather have no parties, frankly. I do have local level experience. Yes, I do. I ran for a local election in 2014 with unbelievable opposition. They took 90% of my signs during about a 3-week or 4-week period. Most of my signs were destroyed. The Democrats, Republicans slandered me in the media. They slandered me in Rolling Stone magazine. It was just horrific. The only reason why I'm not suing them for libel is because Rolling Stone is in bankruptcy and they don't have any money. The eyebrows are exactly what they have to be, and don't ever tell me what to do. Thanks. You can retire for about a half an hour. You'll never get into Skype, and don't ever talk about it again. Thank you. Trump's been planning the trade war for years, it seems, so he wants the markets to fail, and they're helping Russia. So isn't it ironic, the price of oil surging as Asian markets fall with U.S.-China tensions, and now oil prices go up, which is exactly what Vladimir Putin wants. It wasn't a mainstream media pitch. They slandered me. They libeled me. No, I wasn't mentioned on CNN at all. No. Look, when you're libeled, it's not good press. It's press, but it's not good press. I need good press. I get nothing but negativity out there. I'm okay. I'm looking pasty. Well, again, that's yeah. I'm sorry, but I'm going to kick you out for an hour from the show. You're not allowed to be in here. I want the room defined by people that understand what we're doing here. You don't. And because you're unkickable, you're probably a troll. Thank you. Yeah, I don't mind talking to a select group of like-minded people. And that's pretty much what we've been trying to do all along. We're being constantly harassed by people who are still in love with Trump and acting like he's so wonderful when he hasn't done anything for this country. Well, the signs were destroyed as they were put up. They were knocked down. I saw them oftentimes kicked down. Destroyed as in I pulled them up and I put them back up, and then they were finally stolen. I would take my signs and patch them up and put them right back up again. And Sarah and I drove about 1,000 miles over a 3 or 4 week period in circles, putting up signs, printing up signs. And all of it proved that the local elections are completely corrupt by the Democrats and Republicans. They're so afraid of an honest man running for office that they're willing to cheat, lie, and steal to stop me. Isn't that amazing? Well, frankly, I don't need to leave anywhere at this point. I'm doing a show from my comfort of my own studio. I don't need to go anywhere at this point. I get over 3 death threats a day. So on average, I have about 1,000 death threats, if not more, that we're dealing with. So I don't travel anywhere unless I know exactly where I'm going. All right. Trump was earning $200,000 at age 3 and got $413 million from his father, not the $1 million loan he claimed. Yeah. We found out that Trump negotiated $413 million in tax cuts and benefits from using his dad's money. He didn't get $1 million. He actually got $10 million in the estate. I read the details on his father's situation. Trump got $10 million from the estate and $413 million in benefits from his dad. So he lied. Yeah, he did. He also lied about his net worth being $10 billion. You look it up, it's right around $3 billion right now. Okay, is this an aircraft carrier we're sending to the South China Sea to face off with China? 5 reasons U.S. aircraft carriers are nearly impossible to sink. Oh, good to know. Larger deck, nuclear-powered aircrafts. Yeah. Vulnerability issues harder to address because putting 5,000 sailors and 6 dozen high-performance aircraft on a $10 billion warship creates what military experts refer to as a very lucrative target. Yeah, large deck carriers are fast and resilient. Carriers' defenses are formidable. Yeah. You know, Secretary of Defense Cohen, under Bill Clinton, William Cohen, on the Navy, said that the Navy was obsolete. Yeah. Yeah. I don't have that article, but yeah, he's been vocal about how our Navy really needs to kind of
what do you think are the three
step it up. You know, the Navy is perhaps one of the most vulnerable military defenses we have, so we have to constantly be vigilant of defending it.
Main threats facing the U.S. right? Facing us, our own budget. Yeah, I mean, frankly, if you look at the numbers in terms of the staggering debt that we are accumulating, it has everything to do with our position, what we're able to do. Look what's going on in Washington right now. Are we going to reach a decision on coming up with $1.2 trillion in savings over the next 10 years?
I like him. He's a fiscal conservative. I like that. Yeah, budget really is our biggest worry. Trump is spending rapidly, so much so that it's crazy. We're seeing within 6 months $500 billion overspent by Trump. A sad day for our country when we're way beyond. We're so far into the red, we're borrowing $500 billion in 6 months. That's worse than even Obama and definitely worse than George W. Bush. People die. Nope, that's not true. I've got numerous death threats against me. I'm not leaving the comfort of my secure studio. Dongfeng 21. Dongfeng, China Railway. Narrow gauge locomotive. Why are we looking at this weapon? Strategic, very similar to S-300. And what are you saying? Mach 10? Okay, let's take a look at Dongfeng 21. Can go Mach 10. We have vehicles that'll go Mach 10 too. We don't talk about them. We don't brag about them like the Chinese have to. But bear in mind, the Chinese have 1 nuclear submarine. We have 60. Need I go into details here? Pitoro, I'm going to be working with the situation, the swatting situation later. Fortunate for me, they never submitted any type of a police report on the event, which is not only illegal, they never set a date. So there's no statute of limitations on the event. They have an open case. We can sue them into eternity. As long as they don't file a police report on the event, they're screwed. Trump was earning $200,000 a year at age 3. Yeah, I know. Okay, the Dongfeng series developed by China's Changfeng Mechanics and Electronics Technology Academy. In the late 60s it started. The Hualong 1, also known as the JL-1 in the U.S. nomenclature as CSS-N3, is China's first generation submarine launched nuclear ballistic missile, according to 2011 U.S. Department statistics. Whether it could achieve Mach 10 is debatable, but they've claimed it can get to Mach 10, and we've got news stories that corroborate that. You know, so there is quite a bit of information we have at this point. But what is the point of this? We don't want war with China. It's not like we want to go to war with China. So I think Trump needs to back off of a lot of the ridiculous tariffs that he's pushing. David in White House talking about you. Well, Trump has very little time left. He's going to have to make some decisions because they're planning on impeaching him. He's going to have to get either a new vice president in place or he's going to end up with Pence taking over, and we all know what that means. With Brett Kavanaugh in place, they should be able to overturn Roe v. Wade, which is kind of ridiculous. Yes, let's take a look at the defense capabilities of China.
And still in China, the Defense Ministry reiterated that its hypersonic missile test was aimed at scientific research and not targeted at any country. In a faxed response to the press, the ministry said that the test was conducted over Chinese territory. Earlier, a U.S. website reported that the hypersonic missile was detected last week flying at 10 times the speed of sound, that is about 12,000 kilometers an hour. A spokesperson for the U.S. Defense Department told the newspaper that it was aware of this test. The website Free Beacon said the test made China the second country after the United States to have successfully tested a hypersonic delivery vehicle which is able to carry nuclear warheads at a speed above Mach 10.
Sarah is here. We are blessed with her wonderful presence, and she's going to give you guys a little bit of calmness as opposed to the nonstop chatter, which we've been involved in since I started the show. We found out today, Sarah, that Trump has committed tax schemes, reaping $413 million from his dad, and is definitely punishable by civil court, but not criminal court. It looks like there is no statute of limitations on civil claims, so they can sue him for this. Trump lied when he said he only got $1 million from his dad. So that's a huge lie that he made. He also lied about his net worth being $10 billion. Thank you, Dark Engine. We've got the New York Times article about that. Yeah, I saw that earlier. He's got maneuvering.
Did you see that person in Periscope asking if you're getting inundated with political robocalls seeking your opinion?
Yes, I did. I answered him. Yeah, we have never had anybody ask me for an opinion through a robocall. They usually just call up and talk about their candidate. Yeah, so Trump engaged in suspect tax reaping riches from his father. That's the story we have. Yeah. So those of you who support Trump must really be wondering, were you lied to all along? I can't believe you continue to do it. No, in fact, Trump has been trying to make money on the White House. How Trump is trying to make money but failing to get rich off his presidency. This is a Forbes article if you want to read about it. White Panther. Yeah, he's trying to commit conflict of interest left and right, and you Republicans are standing there defending him. And he's trying to make up for the losses, but he incurred a $600 million loss the first year that he became president in his business. And I'm sure he blamed Eric and Donald Jr. for it, but yeah, you can read about this chat over here too at iVlog. That's how he's trying and failing to get rich off his presidency. So he's up to no good. Conflict of interest left and right. There's all these ways in which Russia can manipulate him with the money he owes the oligarchs and the Deutsche Bank. It's crazy. Okay, Sarah is here. She can give you any answers you are trying, but she's really here just to improve your mind. You know, Sarah has a wonderful way of doing that. Hey, here's a story, Sarah, and the Me Too generation is just popping out all over the place. This is really good. Women feel more empowered to talk after watching the Kavanaugh. Gosh, hang on.
Well, you could take the whole.
Yeah, I could. Let's do that.
I usually do.
Okay, let's do the whole monitor grab.
And then expand out this to take up the whole monitor.
Yeah, there you go. Then they see how many tabs I have.
Yeah, oh well.
After watching Kavanaugh's hearing, a woman decides to name a state senator she said raped her. This story's coming out right now, yesterday. Candace Faber came forward with a rape allegation after hearing Christine Blasey Ford's testify. And I'm standing more powerfully in my own truth than I ever have, Miss Faber said. Yeah, she said that happened years ago, but remains seared in her memory, that Christine Blasey Ford said. But the woman, Candace Faber, was at home in Seattle watching the testimony when she said the Supreme Court nominee who denied her allegation that he drunkenly assaulted her in high school. Yeah, Miss Faber, a 35-year-old strategy consultant, live tweeted her impressions of the hearing. Is anyone just fed up and ready to name names? Miss Faber tweeted, because I am. Then she tagged the Twitter handle of a state senator in Washington, writing, "I'm done being silent." Wow. And she's claiming this guy, Senator Fain, raped her the night I graduated from Georgetown in 2017, she says. Then you had the audacity to ask me to support your campaign. I've been terrified running into you since moving home and seeing your name everywhere. I'm done being silent. This guy, she's alleging this guy raped her.
Well, yeah, she's alleging, and this is, just so you know, this is only on Twitter, and
it's only on Twitter.
This is not there. Hasn't been gone to actual anything, so we're just reporting what is being reported. We're not saying anything about that person.
Hey, guess what? We have the end of the FBI investigation coming up tomorrow. They said they're done. They don't need to investigate anymore because they didn't take any calls from any of the witnesses that saw Brett Kavanaugh. Numerous people have said that they've tried to call the FBI like we did back in the day when we were swatted. We didn't get a call back. Apparently the FBI has like a rotary system on their phone saying, thank you for calling, leave your message, click, and then you never hear from them. So if somebody did corroborate the story that Kavanaugh was there, we wouldn't know about it. The FBI seems to be colluding with the Republicans in this matter. Or maybe they're working for Hillary, who's giving protection to Brett Kavanaugh because he gave her protection when he was prosecutor and Vince Foster died. And Vince Foster was found with a bullet hole in his head in the front and a bullet hole in the back, which means that he probably was killed. But Brett Kavanaugh, as prosecutor, never prosecuted the Clintons. So it's possible the Clinton machine and the FBI are protecting Kavanaugh now as well. This is getting deep, folks. No, I don't believe that this entire attempt is orchestrated to divide the country. But I will tell you one thing. In the past 2 weeks, while we were bickering back and forth between the right and the left about this issue, the House, the group of corrupt Republicans that are conspiring to help Trump, they managed to get $3.8 trillion in tax credits over the next 10 years for rich people. So in the past week, while we've been having bickering, right, they've been getting $3.8 trillion in tax relief, more for the rich, on top of what Trump just gave $1.3 trillion in tax relief. Let me pull up the numbers. It's almost unbelievable how much money we're losing because of Trump. And this, people that make a lot of money should have the income to put into our country. They shouldn't be given tax relief all over the place, but it's been happening. Wow, I must have lost my oh, there they are. Yeah, Trump, $1.7 trillion in tax relief for the rich means we're out $1.7 trillion, $1,700 billion we're out. We don't have that money. Trump lost it. Okay, that's putting that in perspective, just so you know. All right. The money is just crazy how much money we've lost.
Misanthropy claims that they also launched 5G yesterday while everyone was busy talking about Kavanaugh.
Yeah. Everyone's talking about Kavanaugh, and now it's launched in 5 cities. Houston, Cincinnati, Sacramento. He named some of the cities that 5G is being launched in. 5G has not been tested thoroughly for human safety. A lot of the radio frequencies that are being distributed around us are not necessarily safe. It's easy to call everything fake news or just an effort to divide the country. It's easy to fall into that trap of thinking everything's fake news and dispensing with everything at CNN and everything at Fox. But you really can't. You're the person to make that decision, not the media, not Trump. All right, thank you. Yeah, so Houston, LA, Sacramento, and Indianapolis are all going to have 5G. Wow.
Okay. And many people are saying it's not been tested. Many technologies were never tested and they were put out there. And no, it's just, I think it's like we're just so driven by technology now. It's kind of crazy. It's not, instead of us driving the technology, sometimes it feels like the technology drives us. Thank you. Thanks, Howie. You really made me smile coming in earlier. I really appreciated that. So, yes, with your positive comments. Sorry. Are you... Wait. All right. Oh, soon we'll have the social credit system in America, and then we won't be able to come into this political chat room anymore, because then people will not like us socially or something. I don't know. All right. Hi, everybody. Let's do a little bit of trivia. I think that I would like to do that, so... yes, I know it's supposed to be a bad flu season, but I always risk it. I don't get a flu shot. The average rent in Manhattan is $3,895 a month. Like, anyone wants to move there? Like, why do you want to move there? I would rather find a place where the average rent was $389 a month and save like the $3,500. All right. Okay. Thanks, 500. I think Howie is a sapiophile, maybe. Thanks, Scissor Fight. I like the hugs. Your brother has the flu now. He's all sick. I know. There's other people that are... Exactly, Bolshoi says, I don't need the flu shot. I'm in the chemtrail testing zone. I did hear a lot of jets when I was flying home. America's third party Led Zeppelin rules. That's the party. All right, we're working on life sciences, and we're on the letter E. What is the place or function of a given organism within an ecosystem? Different organisms may compete for the same one of these. For example, in a forest, this may exist for an organism that can fly and eat nectar from blossoms, but it may be filled with some sort of bird or an insect or a mammal, such as a bat. Ooh, Person-Hattan instead of Manhattan. That's pretty cool. Oh, so close. Yes, 457 is super close with ecological function. 500 said bio-opportunism. I like that. So close. Bolshoi says ecosystem. But it's a place within a given ecosystem instead of the whole ecosystem. Thank you, Giantess. Yes, 457 is exactly right. It's an ecological niche. Ecological niche. Well, especially when I learned about the speed affecting the amount of damage done on impact. Well, he had ecological function, so then he went with niche. All right. What is the study of living things, their environment, and the relation between the two? Yes, I know. Sometimes it is two words. It's actually not a dictionary. It's more like an encyclopedia. It is a type of science, but it's like a specific type of science. 457 is right again. Ecology. Ecology was the answer. Yeah, I would agree with you, Misanthropy. Traffic tickets are bad, but the traffic laws are fine. All right, ecology. What is a collection of living things and the environment in which they live? For example, a prairie, one of these includes coyotes, the rabbits on which to feed, and the grasses that feed the rabbits. By the way, chemical substances move through these on the earth in cycles, like the carbon cycles. The source of energy for almost every one of these on earth is the sun. Correct. Voters for truth and 457, yes. We're on E, so it is ecosystem. Correct, Howie. Should have known. And yes, ecosystem. Yes, all of these answers start with E. What is a female gamete? A female gamete. G-A-M-E-T-E. I always pronounced it gamete. I think that's how you pronounce it. Correct again, 457. G-A-M-E-T-E. G-A-M-E-T-E. It is an egg. That's interesting. No, I don't think David will admit it's theater. I don't think he will. He'll just admit that the country's going downhill. Gamete. But there's no I in there. All right. What is a developing plant or animal? In a plant, it is an undeveloped plant inside a seed. An animal, one of these, is the animal as it develops from the single cell of the zygote or zygote until birth. Among humans and other mammals, this is carried in the mother's womb. Now I'm nearsighted. You are correct. 500. Close enough. 457. Yes. It is an embryo. The term is occasionally used to denote a new or developing idea or project. The idea for the complete theory was already present in his work in embryo form in 1950. Wow, isn't that amazing? Devil's Triangle again. All right. Oh, you piggybacked on 457. Good job. You know, that's sometimes the best, the way things get done. Working together. Or piggybacking on other people's ideas. That's how a lot of the oil refineries, they say they haven't built a new oil refinery in something like 20, 25 years, but they've done a whole lot of building on the existing ones. What are oh, sorry, I'm gonna scroll this down. What are cells that are obtained from an embryo in the blastula phase when they are still only a few days old? Because they have only begun to differentiate, these cells have the capacity of developing into any cell in the human body. This is a fact which makes them particularly important in medicine. Correct again, 457. They are embryonic stem cells. Really? Did my broadcast go down? I can see your typing. Can you see my video? Oh, Voters for Truth is over there. Good. Oh, Bolshoi now sees me. Good. Alright, I guess I'm back. Hello, Sony 18S. So that was embryonic stem cells. New clue. What is a protein molecule that helps other organic molecules enter into chemical reactions with one another, but it itself is itself unaffected by these reactions? In other words, these act as catalysts for organic biochemical reactions. As far as I know, Howie. Yes, 457. Again. I think you guys need to restart. Thank you, Howie. What is the idea that one can improve the human race by careful selection of those who mate and produce offspring? This was a popular theory in the early 20th century, but it's no longer taken seriously, primarily because of the horrors of the efforts of this effort in the Nazi regime in Germany. Okay, just a sec. I like sweaters. Correct again, 457. And Reptoid is right. Eugenics. What is an organism whose cells contain a nucleus? All multi-celled organisms are these, as is one super kingdom of single-celled organisms. These also have organelles enclosed by membranes. These evolved in a process in which one early... Oh. Yeah, I'll do that in just a second. It is a eukaryote. E-U-K-A-R-Y-O-T-E. Eukaryote. I know, and 457 got it again. I think he's either a biologist or loves life science. You shouldn't be sorry. That's fine. You just have a specialty that a lot of us don't have, which is fine. I will receive a text message tomorrow morning from Trump. Well, I guess I'd have to turn on my phone to receive it. All right, by the way, eukaryotes evolved in a process in which one early prokaryote consumed another, forming a more complex structure. The word eukaryote comes from the Greek for true nucleus. I did not know that. I didn't even know the eukaryote, really. I think I learned about it in biology class, but that was like so long ago that I had forgotten about it. A nationwide text message. Look, I'm so excited. This is my look of disdain. All right. What is a theory first proposed in the 19th century by Charles Darwin, according to which the Earth's species have changed and diversified through time under the influence of natural selection? Life on Earth is thought to have done this in 3 stages. Exactly, 457. Bolshoi is right and voters is right. Evolution. First came chemical evolution, in which organic molecules were formed. This was followed by the development of single cells capable of reproducing themselves. This stage led to the development of complex organisms capable of sexual reproduction. Evolution is generally accepted as fact by scientists today, although debates continue over the precise mechanisms involved in the process. The first cell is thought to have been formed when the Earth was less than 1 billion years old. Well, I can agree with that. The Democratic-Republican divide is worse than it's ever been. It doesn't matter which party's in charge. That's why we need a third party.
You think it's getting cold, like in the 30s?
Oh, I sure hope not, because then I've got to go do some stuff. No, I looked at the weather yesterday, and it didn't say that, but let me look again. But then I was looking at DC weather for some reason, and it was like, beautiful. So let me see. 53.
What are the lows going to be?
42.
42, okay, we're good. All right, when we get close to 36, then we have to make some...
Yeah, we're in the 40s right now.
If you have things you need to harvest, you need to harvest them before the freeze.
I know I do.
Yeah, all right.
But I haven't done it yet.
Okay.
But I know it's in the mid 40s right now.
Okay, we're okay.
Well, they say 42 tonight. That's going to be the lowest for a while.
Okay.
Until at least for at least 2 weeks, it's going to be in the mid 40s as the low.
Cool.
There's going to be some showers on Friday. Mostly cloudy, partly cloudy showers on Friday. Saturday, Sunday, PM showers on Monday, AM showers on Tuesday. Okay. Thanks. That's... Alright, no, there's no... We skipped the other clue that somebody asked about. Alright, that was evolution. Alright, what are stretches of DNA in genes that code for proteins? In eukaryotes, these are in a given gene are generally separated from each other by stretches of DNA that do not contain instructions for constructing proteins. They are called exon versus intron. Well, I guess David and I love each other, even though we don't always see eye to eye. But there's many, many things that David and I do see eye to eye about, and I often tell him the things that I really appreciate about him. So, for instance, we both like a relatively clean house. We both are not big sports fans, which I think is very good. Do I think it's good to separate your political beliefs and your romantic beliefs? I don't think that eventually there comes a point where you can't. I mean, if you're dating someone, what's the word? Like, if you're not serious about that person, I think that you don't have to bring up your political beliefs on the first date unless it's so strong that you're like, I can never be with someone who doesn't agree with me politically. And then you should bring them up before the first date when you're like talking with them in like on the phone. Then you should just put it out there and get it over with, because then obviously then you're going to only meet people that agree with you politically. Wow. I think a lot of people dealing with your situation, Anita, would be trying for anyone, I think. Anyway, we both like my hair, even though we both don't like picking up my hair when it comes out in like little, you can't see that, can you? Little puffs of whatever. We don't like that. But there's a lot of things David and I actually have in common. So I don't see that yeah. You only want a woman that agrees with you, but not the kind of agreeing that where they say they agree so they can appear smart too. It's gonna actually, I love the song Somebody by Depeche Mode. And I love the fact that in that song it says, I want somebody who understands me. And even though, like, we may often disagree, she understands me. Because if you have someone who will agree with you, how are you to ever know that they're not just going through and saying they agree with you to either appear smart or appease you? Whereas if they can at least, like, you don't really know whether they can have a debate if they're always agreeing with you. And if they, I don't know. I prefer, I don't know what I prefer, because sometimes I feel like David just says everything and I don't say as much. And then sometimes I feel like there's other people who don't say anything, and I really appreciate David talking a lot. So sometimes G. Gordon Liddy, but actually all of the things I'm wearing right now I bought new. I just have that kind of style. Yeah, if they should be able to say something to back up their actual knowledge on the subject, but if you never test them to see if they're backing up their knowledge on this subject, I mean, how do you know that how do you know that? I guess I believe in proving, and I believe in being, I am a very big skeptic, and I'm a fan of being skeptical. Yes, I do remember that, but I don't think we were so broke that we had to rely on catch-up packets for sustenance. I just think it's one of David's things to be thrifty, so he would try to rely on catch-up packets for sustenance just because that's the type of person he is. He's one of those people that he would do that even if he had lots of money. I like that too, Anita. Whatever shops, friends. Anyway. Well, I like that. 457 says, every question asked sharpens the sword of truth. Or something like that. That's very good. Skepticism is for non-believers because that's what a skeptic is somebody who doesn't believe. And so then it is about trying to prove what you believe, and I think that's good. I think it's and in proving in at least attempting to prove what you believe, whether you prove it or not, I believe it solidifies your own understanding when you're trying to convince a skeptic of your understanding. You're Misanthropy, please, for Christmas, buy yourself a set of sheets. Some new sheets. All right, moving on. In biology, we're no longer on E. We did all the E clues, so maybe I should move on. I should save the F ones for later. I don't think she does that, 961. Going to F fallopian. Ooh, it does not have fallopian in here, but that was a good guess. The first clue is, in biology, what is a classification lower than order and higher than genus? Lions, tigers, cheetahs, and house cats belong to the same biological one of these. Human beings belong to hominids. Exactly, 457. Family. All right, one more, since I'm going to finish the page. Animals, especially, what are animals? Especially the animals of a particular place and time. This is a little tricky, I think. I just get confused with this one. He uses sheets. He's just keeping... Yes, again, 457, again. Fauna. He has sheets. And I actually admire the fact that you're going to continue to use your sheets and just sew them. The flora are the plants, the fauna are the animals of a particular place and time. Not if he washes them all the time, Mad Dog's backyard. You're gonna pick up your game when I get to Z. Zygote. That's pretty good, Misanthropy. Pretty good. Zoology. All right. I think I'll read a little news till David gets back. Headlines. Wait, do I really want to read Google News? Senators are divided on what, if anything, to release from Kavanaugh FBI report. All right. Flake seems to be wavering in recent days over his willingness to confirm Kavanaugh. He remained unsettled by the lack of clarity surrounding the allegations.
Okay, we now have a new friend in the house.
Oh, okay. Good job.
Yeah.
Wow. Awesome. Sorry I didn't help you with that.
No, I'm okay. I didn't need it.
You can talk unfettered, just pretend like it's just me. I'm not going to kick everybody out from the room.
I was able to do it. Just enough.
Wow. I like that. Flake said, "We've come to a point again where failure to compromise is punished at the ballot box rather than rewarded." And I think we should have compromise. That's pretty good. The Atlantic. Well, I don't think that... I think that's... I don't like your statement, LOM. I find it misogynistic. Saying someone doesn't have... Never mind. I don't even want to repeat what you're saying. No, Mad Dog's Backyard? What are my feelings on DARPA's smart dust technology? I haven't read about it. It sounds kind of scary, but I don't know that. Thank you for your assessment, voters. You don't feel like you can talk unfettered 500 in a room with other people? That's okay. The White House is slamming the New York Times report on Trump's tax schemes. His tax schemes. Good. 4 California men have been charged with rioting at last year's rally in Charlottesville, Virginia. Well, that's because you completed your postgraduate work. If you were just as an undergraduate, and you weren't
I've been a
exposed
federal
to all the
prosecutor for about 28
professors you were
years. They swore me in on December.
exposed to, then maybe that happened. I don't know. All right, so 2 prosecutors have left Mueller's team. I just feel that there's when you have.
Yeah, I just think that's such a better idea, considering it's fruiting at this late stage.
I know. I have some that are fruiting over there too, but I'm just gonna
just let them go.
Pull them.
Yeah.
Everything I can.
Compost everything from the summer. Now is the time to compost. Hello, everyone. Welcome. I'll be in the show now. And did we let Mad Dog back into the show here, or we're still
That's
keeping?
Mad Dog's backyard. It's not Mad
Okay,
Dog.
great. All right, great. You have a 13-hour documentary for David to play. That sounds like a lot. Thank you. Hi, Anita. Anita's here.
I'm gonna have a tomato sandwich.
Go for it. Yeah. There's some wheat in the freezer on the door. Right on the. There's 2 slices of nice 9-grain wheat, organic, non-GMO. Even I've been eating a lot of beans lately. Okay, well, avoid kidney beans. They're a little too much for you. Mr. Cake and Juanit's stand is in. Okay. G. Gordon is tame and delivering new links. Wow.
Hey, everybody.
Oh, G. Gordon Liddy. How could you be delivering a Mad Dog link? You've never. What? That's weird. Yeah. I have to find it. Part 3. It's easy to find, but missing from the playlist. Oh, okay. So part 1 is available on Europa. Okay, cool. Yeah, that sounds like a really good thing. I'll add it to our link list. There we go. Playlist 1810 for 2018 and the 10th month. Great. Yeah, we're all here, Ace Fan. Yeah, we're still hanging in there. We're kind of concerned that Trump is obstructing justice here, telling the FBI who you cannot and can interview. That's why people can't get through that saw Brett Kavanaugh at the party. People have been trying to call up the FBI. They won't take the calls. And they say they're going to close the case tomorrow. Yeah, so they're completely colluding with Clinton and Trump on this. The 2 parties are working against us. And trying to put a drunk on the stand who allegedly raped a woman to decide whether women should have abortions or not. Can you imagine? How is this any different than Sharia law? You've got rapists marrying their rape victims. No, I am encouraging everyone to do background checks on me. They've already done detailed background checks on me. I know the FBI, possibly the British Royal Intelligence, who knows? A lot of other people. Yeah, there's nothing in my background that's bad. It's all good. I've had like an uncharacteristic, not like most people, but I'm clean as a whistle. I live a very unique life. I live in total peace and harmony with nature. When I go outside, I walk into my log cabin like Abe Lincoln had. I cut some wood. I try not to burn, though, because when I do, it burns carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, which kills our planet. So I only have about 2 controlled burns a year, but I'm really preferring to compost all the stuff I have here. But I'd rather not burn any wood, actually. But if you need fire, you got to use wood. So I see it as a viable solution. We can't just take away all the wood in the planet that people use to cook things and burn. We have to just start getting realistic, though. We could veritably filter the air out of our mufflers, but it would cause backup in our house and carbon monoxide poisoning. So you got to kind of go with it sometimes. We're slowly going to clean up the planet, but we've got to get this entire ship to turn around. We're right in the water heading downhill into a terrible situation. So if we can turn this ship around, America, and get our country's control of its environment under control, we will be able to help other countries in the same, by just gleaming example of a good country. We can't just help people right away. We have to fix our problem, and it's big. We are the quintessential, truly the thing other countries look up to. We are the country that established industrialism and developed all this technology, but we haven't done the right thing with our waste products. We've allowed greed and corruption and capitalism to dominate the end product, which is ending up in our water, in our air. And these people are so sick that run the world and have made lots of money on it that they actually want to just get rid of the average person. They see it, everyone as a useless eaters. So their plan is to poison us. And that's why they truly dump chemicals on us every day, believe it or not. And it's troubling to even talk about because no one wants this. There's been no peer review studies that chemicals being dumped in the sky is helping at all. There was a nutcase, in my opinion, he's a nutcase, David Keith, who is off in La La Land, thinking that if you put all these chemicals in the air, that somehow that they'll go all the way to the poles. I was doing some black paint on her car. I got a little black on my fingers. It goes all the way to the poles, and somehow the car will burn up when it gets to the top of the pole and the bottom of the poles. Isn't that absurd? They think that the carbon will eventually push its way out of the earth and burn up in the ionosphere. I mean, the guy's just completely nuts. He actually thinks he's going to clean the atmosphere by putting more dirt in it. It's kind of like the belief that we will achieve peace by starting wars, which is absurd. Believe me, Misanthropy, I've done everything I can to inform Sarah about everything. So it's up to her to decide whether she believes anything. Same with you, all of you. You got 63 Russian troll bots checking in from Polotsky, Russia. Really? It's strange because there is no Polotsky, Russia. I'm checking my database and I am unable to confirm a Polotsky, Russia. Polak ski Russia. Jim Polak skis Russia. He's ladies' head teach coach Jim Pollock looks ahead to an exciting few days of races for the Canadian Alpines when they ski Russia. But there's no Polak ski Russia, dude. Sorry. So Mueller is downsizing to. Oh yeah, we'll get back to the chemtrails later. Right now, we're kind of a little bit more concerned about stopping the hard right from taking away a woman's right to choose, because we the people have had enough. If we rely on the Democrats to fight for a woman's right to choose, they just want to profit from baby parts. I mean, they don't have any mindset for understanding the people who are pro-life. And I've got a lot of those people in our room who are supportive of pro-life rules. But like I said, if the right tries to take away a woman's right to choose, you'll end up seeing women die in abortion clinics or back alley abortion clinics. No, I can't do that. Sorry. Anybody who calls me a kook is ridiculous. Lawsuit threatens Target FCC new 5G rules. The kneecap local control. Okay. There we go. And they're off and running. Stories that change the world. This 5G network is not fully tested. Neither are the chemtrails I just showed you. There's some people that believe that they're going to use the 5G network to control the weather and do what is called weather warfare. Dun, 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 dun. Weather warfare is happening in the form of taking the 5G network, weaponizing it, turning it into a radar system, and then sending electromagnetic waves through the air affecting the heavy metals and then moving the air, creating hurricanes, droughts, whatever they want. Oh, no thanks. Lawsuit threatens Target's FCC new 5G rules that kneecap local control. Okay, the Trump administration ambitious plan to speed up the 5G deployment across the country, which is total New World Order, by the way, you Republicans, you alt-righters. Trump is supporting the 5G network in the New World Order. Believe me, he's all part of that. It's headed for its first legal hurdle. Several U.S. cities are poised to seek relief from the courts, arguing in part that the regulations passed by the FCC last week are burdensome, unfairly limiting the city's abilities to recoup fees from telecom providers. That's pretty good. Yeah, FCC wants to totally control the telecom providers and provide easy access to their cronies like Sinclair Communications, which is in the back pocket of Ajit Pai. These big mega corporations want to control the airwaves and ultimately control the media that we use on a daily basis. That we are going to be in an intranet soon. And you think you've got limits on your freedom with YouTube sites getting banned. You won't even be able to get out. You'll be in an intranet and you won't be able to get out of the intranet if these people continue to control all aspects of our digital communications. Okay, this happened on Friday, right? Let it rip, says Larry Kudlow on White House 5G Summit. Leaders from industry and government gathered at the White House 5G Summit today to discuss ensuring America's leadership in the 5G. Let it rip. That's their concept. He summed up the White House's approach to 5G as being free market and free enterprise. This is the same approach that powered 4G and U.S. leadership in the smartphone economy, adding some $100 billion to the nation's GDP annually. The windfall from 5G is projected to even be greater, $275 billion in private investment in broadband infrastructure in the next 5 years, 3 million new jobs, $1.2 trillion to the U.S. economy. The U.S. can overtake China, but only if it sets the right policies. Well, 5G should have been checked out way in advance of this decision by Trump. We're remiss in not fixing a problem that's been persistent. The ambient radio frequencies that affect our brains cause brain tumors. The director of the World Health Organization has said openly that cell phones cause brain cancer. They contribute to brain cancer. Yes, so you're worried about a devil's triangle between Brett Kavanaugh and Sonia Sotomayor, and who else? Gorsuch? You think Kavanaugh and Gorsuch might just, or maybe they'll go after Elena Kagan and try to, get her real drunk and touch her breasts. God forbid. Yeah, putting a Kavanaugh in the White House, in the SCOTUS position is like putting a wolf in a hen house and saying, guard it. He'll have a field day. He can drink all the beer he wants and touch all the women he wants without anybody questioning him because he's a SCOTUS. Oh, yeah. Well, I believe they brought 5G to my town already. That's why I live inside of a Mylar blanket. No, some of you are putting Mylar blankets up on your house. I was going to show you how to do it. Yeah. But you don't want to bother. You want to rig your house with Mylar blankets all over the inside, kind of like that show on TV. Right. Nina is Soviet spy? No. No, I don't think so. Well, I'm a little pissed off that they're doing it to our brains as we're driving around. I really am. I'm beginning to wonder if anyone can even avoid these radio frequencies, because the Doppler radar patterns show massive weather warfare going on. No, I don't. I don't have unsound 5G phobia. I don't see any studies done on the 4G network and their long-term effect on the human race. Smart meters have been shown, long-term studies have shown that they cause brain cancer if you're living next to a smart meter. So the truth is, if you're like in a condo building and you're looking at smart meters on your wall next to your house, say outside your door of your condo or your apartment is a grid of smart meters like this, and your bedroom's behind there. Well, you'll be getting a large blastoma in your head any day now, and you'll develop speech pattern difficulties. You'll start to have blackouts. You'll hear ringing in your ears, and you will have brain cancer. I met a man who was suffering from brain cancer back in the early days of cell phone production. And he told me that he and his friend were making money selling Xerox machines, and they were using those brick cell phones next to their head. They both got brain cancer at the same time. So there is a connection, and our government is remiss in not even giving a public service announcement to people saying don't hold your cell phone next to your head when your child is talking. It even affects their sleep. They know this for a fact. So we've got lots of problems that are not being dealt with peer-reviewed studies and analysis. The EPA has not done a thing in years. They simply are propped up for the corporate control of our environment. Same with the CDC and the FDA. They are simply working for the corporate donors at this point. Your country was bought off years ago, people. God, I just can't believe I have this conversation every night and you don't seem to get it. Nobody in government's going to protect you, the consumer. Nobody. They just care about how it appears. And since nobody says anything, it looks pretty good. Yeah. Things are cooking. Yeah, everything's great. People are dying of cancer, brain cancer. Oh, that's terrible. Oh, it's okay. We don't want to tell anybody about it. Yeah. That'll affect the industry. Pretty soon, if people realize their kids are going to get major eye problems, macular degeneration from looking at the screen, I should be wearing my glasses, which protect me from the terrible UV blue light that comes off your monitors. Your kids who are looking at their monitors all the time are going to get macular degeneration at age 50 if they aren't wearing protective wear like this. This is a Uvex unit. Uvex sells them. Honeywell makes these, I believe. Uvex for $9.99, you can have 91% effective protection for your eyes. It doesn't matter what I wear in public. I don't care what I look like in public. I know, you can't touch those receipts coming up from the pharmacy too. I hear they're printed with dangerous toxic ink. I'm not kidding. Look, if you have to just sit back and be the first person in your family to know that you have a tumor growing to understand what's going on, fine. I mean, I hate to see that happen. I wouldn't want that on anybody, but good night, Anita. Got to get back to bed. Sleep well. Government isn't trying to protect us. They're not worried about Trump or Kavanaugh. This is largely theater. They've already sealed the deal. Kavanaugh is going to be confirmed. They know that. If anybody can get through to the FBI the next day that confirms that Brett Kavanaugh's lying and that what really was at the party, but the FBI is not even taking calls. That's what I've heard. They won't even take calls from people who were at that party. Apparently, a few people remember him, and they can't even call in. So everything is being controlled, and obstruction of justice is going on by Trump. The Russians can do whatever they want to do, threaten, it doesn't matter. You know, I used to think that we were wasting our time flying overhead with these jets in my area. And now I'm beginning to think that we are not wasting our time at all. Because we are going to have to remain extremely vigilant and strong as a nation to defend our nation against the likes of Russia or China. It's unfortunate they're approaching this with hostility. You know, I think that in part it's a result of Donald Trump and his behavior right now, or how many connections he has with Russia that they feel they can walk all over him, because he seems to be like a pussycat to Vladimir Putin. Oh, Vlad, I don't want to hurt your feelings. Where do you want me to send the troops so they could be killed? Oh, whatever you want to do, Vlad, however you want it to look. Just don't release the sex tape. I don't want anyone to see my... Well, no. So we're going to have to actually look at this big picture as our country's under attack, internally, externally. And if you don't take this seriously and you support Trump wholeheartedly, then you're an idiot. He's a complete pawn of the New World Order and the deep state. Pussycat, pussycat, where are you? Or, what's new, pussycat? Whoa, whoa, yeah. Which one? David, people think politicians exist to do their thinking for them. Well, they're wrong. It's like a guy I know who says, Dave, there's a lot smarter people than you and I out there. Speak for yourself, moron. Jeez. I can't stand that guy. It's a shame I have to even talk to him.
The Drug Administration says it is preparing to launch a campaign to discourage teens from using e-cigarettes or vaping. New ads like this one will come out in September. The FDA is also investigating the marketing strategies and impact of several vaping products, including the most popular e-cigarette, Juul. It's estimated to make up 72% of the e-cigarette market.
Okay, well, the e-cigarette market has not been proven to be any less or more dangerous than cigarettes. But what they're doing is they're using the media because they've lost a lot of tax revenue that they didn't plan on losing. The people in California lost a big chunk of tax revenue when people stopped using cigarettes. No. They're pigments of your brain. Chemtrails are happening all the time. We've shown you pictures. I even created a website called chemtrailparty.com. If you really want to find out more about chemtrails. Yeah. Chemtrailparty.com has a link button I put together with the top sources of chemtrail information out there. And there's even more when you look deeper into those sites. You can go to links at their sites too and find deep information, proof of chemtrails. I built this because, number one, they're toxic. They're putting toxic chemicals in the air. There's no peer-reviewed studies to show this is an effective way of doing anything. It deprives plants of oxygen. They need, and it also blocks the light. Basically, plants need carbon dioxide, so the light blocks them, unable to make oxygen. It deprives plants of carbon dioxide, which they can then convert into oxygen. So it deprives us of oxygen. And weather warfare. Droughts, hurricanes, earthquakes, these types of things are capable of happening. Tesla developed this technology over 100 years ago to manipulate the air and heavy metals in it using radio frequencies and harmonic signaling. This technology has been perfected, and they can even create permanent dimples in the atmosphere. And some people are tracking the Doppler radar patterns. They're showing, wow, look at, they're just bearing down on the center of this hurricane. And you can see a dimple pattern that's formed even as the clouds go over it. It's fascinating. Beer Advocate, I'm sorry, but you're not allowed to come in here and claim I'm looking like a goof. I have other glasses that are UV protected. I could go with these too. Yeah, I have a variety of sunglasses as well. So it doesn't matter, but you just lost a 15-minute period in the show. Florida's toxic red tide algae makes extremely rare jump to the Atlantic coast. We know that this bloom along the Miami seaboard is really hurting business. People can't even go out to the ocean. It's, plus it's killing off countless rare indigenous species. Wow. The red tide algae bloom that's plagued California's Gulf or Florida's Gulf Coast for months has now jumped east to the Atlantic. Florida officials are dubbing it an extremely rare occurrence, underscoring just how far from over the state's algae crisis it is. On Monday, officials confirmed the presence of Carenia brevis, the saltwater algae that smells like a biological weapon. and is responsible for fish-killing red tide blooms off the coast of Palm Beach County. While the red tides pop off regularly along Florida's Gulf Coast, it's only the 8th time since the 1950s that the offending microbe has been recorded in the state's Atlantic waters. They're detecting this low to medium concentrations of naturally occurring red tide in the water. It's serious. And the smell is sickening. What it produces can sicken humans and kill wildlife. That means it could kill us. It can happen when a part of the bloom gets caught up in a Gulf of Mexico loop current. Now, hitting this with moldicides isn't going to stop it. It's way beyond that. Plus, that'll only kill off the environment anyway. Okay, video starting at 42 seconds. Oh, we don't comment on that. No, I'm so sorry. You've been removed from the show. That's slander and libel. You're promoting libel in the show. You've been banned. All right. They're 5 minutes for you, but they're 1 hour for iBlog. When Mark first did this, I think it was 15 minutes, but does it even matter? I never get muted anyway, so. What are you talking about? Okay. You had a pillow sack full of Halloween candy. Do you realize how much sugar is in that? And corn syrup, GMO corn syrup? Don't do that to your kids. No. Get your kids something healthy to eat, like granola bars or something that are natural. And I don't mean Quaker Oats granola bars. Those are full of glyphosate and Roundup. You just can't eat anything anymore. You can't even tell your kids have a granola bar for Halloween. I'm glad I'm not going to be freaking out about Halloween, because it's going to be a pretty easy thing. I'm going to try to become an alien species for the night. I'm not sure if I'm thinking of becoming a micro air vehicle.
Micro air vehicles, or MAVs, will play an important role in future warfare. The urban battlefield
is comprised of little small particles. And I can become a micro air vehicle. That's what would be a great Halloween costume, wouldn't it? Go as a drone. Yeah. I'm trying to think of what would be great, you know. So I'm thinking of buying a drone and putting it over my head, like right here. And having it spinning during the show. Like right there. And videotaping everything. Have a little hat with a drone on top of it. Yeah. No, I'll be doing something. I'm not really sure what it's going to be. Current situation at Fukushima Daiichi. How dare you?
A severe accident occurred at the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power station on March 11, 2011. Thanks to the support of numerous partners, we have been making progress toward the completion of its decommissioning.
Oh, how nice that they're decommissioning the Fukushima. David, do a tie-in with Disney to sponsor you as Goofy? No. That's sick. You're sick. You're mentally ill. Thank you, being an ardent supporter of me and in my mission to restore faith in the USA. You're cool. Thank you, Guest 500. Yeah, so I think this is a kind of a joke. They're decommissioning Fukushima. I heard that they're actually going to try to make money by turning it into a nuclear repository. That's what I heard. Japan is so confident in their ability to poison us that they want to continue becoming a receptacle for more nuclear material. Can you imagine how sick that is? Not only are they not fixing the leak of 7 swimming pools full of radiated water every day out of the Fukushima reactor vessels, there's 6 of them. Underneath the core, there's a corium leaching into the water. It's just horrible. Not only do they not want to correct that problem, but they want to turn that into a repository. Can you believe that? I mean, how insane. So we've got a serious problem. Remember I said back in 2011 that we may have to do a tactical nuke? Yeah, there is a possibility that we may have to nuke half the Fukushima mountain onto the Fukushima reactor. I don't know. We'll talk to Shinzo Abe about it, before we do it, of course. And we'll be sure to evacuate the entire area. But we're going to have to seal it. We're not going to be able to allow this to go on. If Japan wants to go back to war, we can do that too. Whatever. Well, we might be at war with China already, so we could just duel our troops could be used to deal with Japan as well as China. It wouldn't even be a ground operation. It'd be strictly an air tactical nuke. Well, I would like to see a mountain of dirt put on top of the Fukushima reactor. That's what I want to see. And I'm not trying to push something that's too wacky or weird. It makes total sense that we would want to do that over the reactor vessel itself. I've constructed a simple animation of what I would like to see done. Right there. Now, this mountain could be comprised of a large U-shaped dig, if you will, around the entire waterway. So here we are looking at the vessels that are leaching 7 swimming pools filled with radiated water into the Pacific Ocean. We dig a kind of a moat around this area, and we use the dirt to create the mountain. Right there. But that mountain could also have a passageway that could go through here like this, where we could send robotic vehicles inside to retrieve corium and put it into a processing center where it can be reduced by 97%. We also could cap the entire Fukushima Bay area with some sort of a large object like a destroyer. And when we first came up with this idea, it totally makes sense. But nobody's ever acted on this. They tried to build a refrigerator here. Imagine a refrigerator. They tried to build a refrigerator in the ground and it didn't work. So we'll see if this video tonight talks about what they're doing. Thanks for the link. Yeah, there's something like a destroyer out there could be a place to drop it. I'm going to put that in Enviro as well. Okay. Hey. Sarah's here again. Wow.
Not too fast.
No, that's okay. I don't care. Polarized sunglasses that make TV and computer screens appear to be turned off. Oh yeah, I have a pair like that. Yeah, I actually have polarized sunglasses. You can't even see half the monitors. Not the ones I'm wearing, but at 9 o'clock we have sun protection for our eyes. But that's interesting. Okay, to recap, a few news stories here we can take a look at. Julie Swetnick's ex-boyfriend, former Democratic congressional candidate, says he doesn't believe her claims. Huh. Well, he probably's angry at her. All right. And in her memoir, Stormy Daniels, Trump's the President. And Trump has directed Cohen to seek a restraining order against Stormy Daniels. Huh. Okay, Michael Cohen is supposed to receive a restraining order? That's ridiculous. And why would Trump even talk to Michael Cohen? That's absurd. Of course, they were good friends for years, but he disowned him. Hillary Clinton on Brett Kavanaugh, there's a lot to be concerned about. Yeah, no kidding. And the obvious contradiction at the heart of Brett Kavanaugh's drinking defense. Kavanaugh's 1983 letter, "We're loud, obnoxious drunks," by his own admission. Yet he says he doesn't have a drinking problem. Okay, I'll look at these stories later. Thank you, Sarah. That's not funny and you're out of here. Please don't ever come back. Thank you. Permaban.
Shall we do some more trivia or shall we look at the news? trivia, news. Wait, or third option, interesting engineering. I have one for trivia, one for news. Really don't want to do either one. Okay. Well, let's see. I'll do news, but if it's not... I don't necessarily want to do Google News. I think I want to do some other news. Maybe Drudge Report. Yeah, let's do this one. And then let's, okay. So Evans Pritchard says he had a sinister battle with Kavanaugh. Will the public get to see the FBI report? That's a good question. Background check digs deeper into the high school party. It's a developing story. Police are escorting senators. This is dangerous. I don't know how to do cartwheels. Or I do, but I'm not going to teach you. That's one thing I don't teach. I'm not a PE teacher. All right. New York Times gets a Trump trove of confidential tax returns. NBA is planning to ban Kanye sneakers. What am I going to be for Halloween? I don't know, but on Friday I plan to dress up as a superhero. An education superhero. Dow is at an all-time high. Ooh, but this bull market has echoes of the 1920s. And there's skyrocketing deficit. Yes, Wonder Woman, no, but similar. Math Woman, yeah, that would be good. Your next job interview could be with a robot. Wow. Sioux Falls is booming. Bezos' Machiavellian distraction. Half of Uber drivers make less than $10 an hour. Oh, a Fitbit heart rate data offers a key clue in a murder. Okay, good for you, Canadian. Oh, more tiny homes. You were giving us more tiny homes earlier, weren't you? I forgot to click on your earlier tiny homes links, Dark Engine. 5 shipping container homes you can order right now. Tiny prefab cabins let you live anywhere in the world. Oh, I like this one. But how much do they cost? Are they like these tiny homes that are super expensive? So what's the point of living in a tiny home if it's super expensive? Shopping. Curbed. It's called. Shopping. The best furniture for tiny apartments. Ooh, I have one of these. I have one of these. It is kind of cool. Is this some kind of wire rack thing? Or wire racks? Oh, this is a cute table. I like that. That would be good. $168 for a table? Oh my goodness. People can go and buy like... You can buy a piece of wood, make your own table. Alright, Misanthropy has another one. An Amazon... A house that's selling on Amazon. Oh, this is like a... there you go. A container house. 20-foot container house. $6,000. Easily assemble, widely used with long using time. Environmental friendly product and good appearance. Wow. You have to pay $2,500 in shipping for it. That's a very basic one that needs upgrades. That's good. $8,000, $8,500. Wonder if you can get. Let's look at the curbed ones. I bet the ones on this curb.org are a lot more. Or they're just all kinds of furniture. Here's some bed sheets for you, Misanthropy. My holy grail bed sheets that friends also love. Chris Cotton Percale sheets. Six marvelous architectural toys and accessories. That's pretty good. Oh, I guess this is just... Anyway. Pure Toys, okay. This is a miniature concrete home by Material Immaterial. Is a set of cute trinkets to spruce up your desktop. Inspired by beautiful concrete homes of the last century. Featuring exceptional attention to detail. There's 10 different designs and they cost $55 each. Stampville is a set of 25 rubber stamps, 2 ink pads. Perfect when you want to add a little flair to drawings. Huh. And you're like, these are good for architecture people. A set of stamps, $21. Desk structure. Lets you store desk supplies and tiny porcelain models of city skyline and warehouse buildings. This is cute. I kind of like that. Itty Box. Build an entire mini city with 3D printed buildings inspired by the architecture of real cities. That's cute. And the constructivists. These are like, oh, you push it out to and then put it together to make a building. That's cute. Blockitecture. I like this. But starter sets have themes like Habitat and Factory. Those are $25 each. The bigger city sets have to be $150. Wow. Is there a home magnet for this channel? Just bookmark our page. Oh, I can go through all of those. That's a good idea. Put off buying sheets until you move and buy a new bed. That's a good idea. Alright. Alright, yeah, what is it about white vans and people? I don't know. Anyway. Alright, that's Curbed. I'm gonna move out of Curbed. And he wanted me to look at this one. Browse through all these tiny homes. Ooh, that's interesting. Now you just have to find land to put it on, right? There was a new letter written by Brett. When was it written? $23,800 plus $1,000 shipping. Container house with solar energy. Oh, there's a standard eco-friendly steel carport garage. That one's pretty good. I like this this one, the mobile home expandable container house. That's very cool. Wow. 2-bedroom, 60 square meters. Oh, these are cute. The cabin kits. Those are very cool. Oh, look at that cabin kit for $4,690 and free shipping on eligible purchases. Lilla Villa Escape. Yeah, finding the right land in the right area where they will allow you to live. Difficult part. There's a one for $72.50. It's a glass room and a porch. Ooh, that might be cool. That's cool. This is good, except I'd want a restroom. It's just like a one-room cabin. You do need to buy a good piece of land. Let's look at land. There should be land for sale. Land for sale. Landwatch.com has 628,000 listings. Alright, what state do you want to look in? There's 15,000 acres, over 15,000 acres in Kentucky. 36 acres for $25,000 in Arizona. Almost 5,000 acres. Well, that's $23 million. Never mind. 10 acres in Asheville, North Carolina for $60,000. Yes. That's true. There is that one up in Jefferson. But the fires every summer, that's true. But it is, I mean, I don't know. You could build a fire protection, a barrier around your house. Go down to the ground. You want to stay in California? When you say Jefferson, you want to stay in California, I take it. There's Gold Country, North Coast, Central Valley, Shasta Cascade, San Francisco Bay Area, Central Coast, Central Valley, deserts, San Diego, Orange County, LA, Central Coast, Central Valley. Which one of those would you like? Of course, this is something you can do on your own, but I'm having fun. All right, so there's 2.5 acres for $6,000 for $7,000 in 29 Palms. And there's a little over 10 acres in San Diego County for $174,000. This one's pretty interesting, the 2.5 acres and 29 Palms. 2.5 acres you can get in Inyo, California. Zillow. Wow. Let's see what you have there. Zillow. Deguala Bay, 10 acres. Viewland. Vacant land. Wait, let me see how much this is. It says, oh, it's $100,000. Yeah. Pretty interesting when you think about 10 grand an acre.
Yeah. Thanks. So
We're
you
just
check the
looking
news
at
out a little
land.
bit. Oh, you're looking for land for sale, huh?
Yeah.
That's cool.
We're just talking about land.
Isn't that fun to look for land?
Buy it now. He wants me to buy that land. It's beautiful.
What is it?
$105,000.
In Jefferson?
No, in our area.
Oh.
He thinks it'll be worth $30,000.
Oh, this?
Yeah.
It's view property, yeah. That's way too much. It's a good deal though. 10 acres for 100,000, 105 is still good, but
You are underneath
it's
the
really hard to
jet
build in this
path.
area. I know that property actually. I think that's the property that guy's trying to sell.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, you know that guy we knew. Yeah, it was Deguala Bay. There's peekaboo views of the ocean.
I know. I used to feel that way, Misanthropy. Like if I had $100,000, I'd buy a house. But ironically, houses are so much more than that these days. It's crazy.
You can find
Prices
some really
just
good
keep
deals
going
though.
up
On
and
the
up
East
and up.
Coast though. I mean,
On the East Coast, yeah.
yeah. Here on the West Coast, things are really pricey. But if you're looking for a cheap place, you can find a nice place for $20,000 in North Carolina. Let's see if we can find some place in North Carolina. Land Watch.
Yeah, go in there for North Carolina.
Let's see what Raleigh, North Carolina has. $6.9 acres for $600,000. That's ridiculous. 1.3 acres for $350,000.
Here, you can narrow your things by.
That's
up over
ridiculous.
here. Go
Oh,
over
that's a
here.
ripoff.
Go over here, and you can
But-
go up
yeah.
to.
Up to that. Yeah, but even still, that's a ripoff. Even if it's the top
You can enter a minimum
drawer.
maximum.
I like Zillow better than Land for Sale, landwatch.com. Yeah, they're just really pricey. I have a feeling this is like kind of a joke. Right. I actually like Trulia better than Zillow, and Zillow is owned by Trulia, or rather, Trulia is owned by Zillow. There you go. Yeah, okay, so just
well, there's this one.
But I mean, look at the prices. It's way higher than Zillow. Let's look at Zillow for that area. Zillow.com has Raleigh, North Carolina, and I'll put it on the screen for everybody to look at.
No, just.
You're done. You can take off if you want. Land for sale. You see, you get a much better deal on Zillow. 38,000 for what is it? How many acres?
It's a triangle. Pine Thicket.
Pine Thicket for $38,500. You can live in this triangle right here.
And it says.
Hang on.
Scroll down.
There we go. Go ahead. 38,500. You can live in a triangle. 0.84 acres.
On a cul-de-sac.
Nice. And it's permitted for mobiles.
Mobile homes.
You can have a mobile home.
It has utilities in place.
Wow, that's great. See, something like that for $38,500, you can put a used mobile home in.
And if you pay all cash, they'll accept $35,000.
Perfect. You should, not you, but somebody should do it. That's a good deal. You may want to tag that.
Yeah.
That looks like a really smart move. You can buy a used mobile home for as low as $20,000, decent, with plumbing and everything. And then what we're, kind of intrigued by is how easy it is to re-side these things. Even if you went with cedar siding, it would look like a cabin, So you could have a little cabin in the woods, 1,500 square feet, mobile home. That'd be great.
Got it.
Hey, shout out to the 1.5 billion tonight. Yeah. 1.5 billion people tonight are hearing us on the show.
Okay, good night.
Good night, everyone. Sarah, say good night. Thank you, Sarah.
It's time for me to
sleep.
Do something like sleep.
Okay.
Just relax.
Enjoy. Sarah can now enjoy herself in life. She's relinquished of her duties helping me in this show. It's amazing, isn't it? Yeah, so we have a way of looking at what's going on and a window into your future. Wherever you want to live, you could find a really low-cost area like Tucson, Arizona. Tucson, Arizona. I'm trying to get you down below 35,000. I'm putting my price limit at my maximum at $20,000. Yeah, there's something that just turned up in Tucson. Let's take a look. Yep, Tucson on Zillow. 13,000. I'm at 0 beds. Let me put it at 1 bed. Hang on. Yeah, nothing. It's all property. Well, it's not bad. Parcels. 17,000. 13,000. Your guess is as good as mine. How big of a place? Yeah, there's a lot. 4,900 square feet. 17.5. Live in a lot. No thanks. All right, moving on. You're right about that. It's very difficult to get anything less than 35,000. Meta-Nemesis. Wow, that's an interesting thing. I never dropped out of anything. It's fascinating. You should think that. Amazing. Well, yeah. Why buy a home when you can buy a bunker? A mobile mini. Now, you can get a piece of property out in Deming, Arizona for Deming, not Tucson. Deming, New Mexico, rather. Deming, New Mexico. For $1,200, you can buy about 2 acres. For $1,200, and then you get a mobile mini and put it on there. And I think they have a factory, like an outlet in Arizona. These portable mobile minis are already pre-made. They've got an incredible, durable exterior painted covering, and you can get these in a variety of shapes and sizes. Let's take a look. So all you have to do is put one of those on the property, and that qualifies as a storage unit. And you notice they have air conditioning units built into them. You can get those standard portable ground level offices, Or you can get just a container and go from there. Their bare bones containers are pretty easy. You can get one window cut in. Yeah, these things are probably the most durable containers out there, really well built. So you'd have yourself the beginning of a home, container home. It's a way to start out, or get a trailer. Yeah, Deming has property as low as $500, exactly. And if you really want to get a trailer, you could easily find one on Craigslist. Yeah, so in fact, I know for a fact that you could find a trailer spot in Deming, New Mexico. A trailer spot for $200 a month with full internet. I am not kidding. $200 a month. So if you guys are like trapped in your life and you need to go to, you know, some new place for some reason, right? Las Cruces is your closest city, and we're going to check Craigslist for Las Cruces, New Mexico. We're just going to look for a trailer with slide. Check that out. Trailer with slide. Okay, and then we're going to set it up for the lowest cost. There you go. You got a slide out Terry trailer, one of the first slide outs ever made. Actually not bad, it's a 1995. You've got a Terry trailer to live in for $6,500 that could be towed right over there to the trailer park. That's $6,500, gets you this beautiful trailer. I'm just telling you, owning for $500 is a goal, but I mean, say you don't have $500. Say you only have like, well, you're gonna have to have $6,500 to buy this. But yeah, it doesn't look like it's that trashed. It's pretty decent. Yeah. It's got a little carrier on the back end. You can put some stuff, put a barbecue. When you put that canopy out, you know, when you put that canopy out, you can actually have, you could have like a wide living room and an extra living room outside, because they make insulated covers for the outside of that. The only problem is you're going to be hotter than hell most of the time. So, you know, going to be running the air conditioner quite often, but it's a small area to cool, so it's easy to keep it going. You know, I heard Trump had $413 million from his dad in money that were not reported in taxes. I know. Trump's dad swindled money. Exactly. See, guys, I've been warning you about Trump all along, and here you are, having voted for him and wondering why. I know. It sucks to be you. Sorry to say. I never had even the remotest hope that Trump was legit. Yeah, thanks, Devil's Triangle. And by the way, Devil's Triangle, which Brett Kavanaugh said he did do, was in fact really a sick thing, because it's physically beating up a woman, forcing her to sex. 2 men against 1 woman. So I don't know how Trump could be optimistic and if increasingly frustrated over the Kavanaugh nomination. The guy, Kavanaugh, looks completely undeserving of the SCOTUS position. I've never seen anybody more undeserving in my life. How do you drink your way to the SCOTUS position and take bribes? You know, what's really troubling about Kavanaugh is in 2017, he owed $200,000 from buying people season tickets for the Nationals baseball team. How ridiculous. Last year, he had a $200,000 debt. This year it was paid off. So who bribed Brett Kavanaugh with $200,000? We don't know. The FBI needs to find that out. That's very important. Yeah, the $200,000, if the FBI doesn't know where his $200,000 came from, that's like the worst investigative work ever done. You could hire an attorney to find this out. I don't understand. Typically, attorneys can find this out on a daily basis. They do for their clients. I don't understand what's going on here. How did Brett Kavanaugh hide $200,000 in income? No one seems to care. That's clearly bribery at every level. Trump said he got a $1 million loan. Nope, more like $413 million in illegal money. Yeah, I know. Christine Blasey Ford's ex-boyfriend says she helped a friend prep for a potential polygraph. Oh, some people are thinking Christine Blasey Ford passed the polygraph because she's part of the MKUltra CIA operation, and she's under mind control. And being she's part of the psychologist group that get people ready for the induction into the CIA, which we found out as well. It means that she's probably been trained to beat a lie detector test. See how the Republicans are trying to run off with the mouth here? A woman passes a lie detector and they just go off on her.
Is telling Fox News that the new FBI report could be finished as soon as tomorrow.
A lot is going to depend on what comes back from the FBI in terms of their additional number 7 investigation. But I think that Judge Kavanaugh is doing very well right now.
Joining me now in an exclusive interview is someone who actually worked on one of those vettings of Judge Kavanaugh personally. Christy Remington has known Judge Kavanaugh for more than 20 years, was involved in his 5th background investigation when he was appointed to the D.C. Circuit Court. Christy, thank you very much for being here tonight. What do you make of this time frame in terms of what they had to do? We know that they spoke with Deborah Ramirez at length and Mark Judge at length. Does it make sense to you that it could possibly wrap up as soon as tomorrow?
Certainly, he, as many people have said, he's been through 6 full field background investigations. So those investigations generally build on the previous one. And as the Senate had asked, this one would be very limited in scope. So I can understand why it wouldn't take very long, and if the FBI has many investigators that they can send out.
I just want to put up a quote from Dr. Ford's legal team to the FBI today, because they are upset that they have not been contacted in the course of this supplemental investigation. They say it's inconceivable that the FBI could conduct a thorough investigation of Dr. Ford's allegations without interviewing her, Judge Kavanaugh, or the witnesses that we have identified in our letters to you. Your thoughts on that?
So both Judge Kavanaugh and Dr. Ford testified extensively before the Senate under oath. So I can understand why the FBI wouldn't feel the need to go back out to them. They had access to that testimony, presumably.
So a lot of what we're seeing in the interim in terms of new information that's kind of flooding the market here includes a lot of, sort of really wild charges from a number of people that he went to high school or college with. We're also getting some handwritten information about Beach Week. We're back to Beach Week in 1983. And I just want to put this up on the screen. This is a note that reportedly Brett Kavanaugh wrote, but it says it's signed by Bart. I don't know if that was a nickname. But it says it would probably, and he's sort of informing all of his friends about the plan for Beach Week, and he's outlining what everyone needs to bring and all of this stuff. And he says we need to be careful because we don't want to get kicked out. P.S. It would probably be a good idea on Saturday, the 18th, to warn the neighbors that we're loud, obnoxious drunks with prolific pukers among us. Advise them to go about 30 miles, and then it drifts off. Is this relevant in any way to you?
Normally, we draw a line when in these FBI investigations at their 18th birthday, and I think at least in judicial selection, what is most relevant to at least in the Bush administration and the people who were reviewing the backgrounds of candidates is what they did as an adult and how they've acted as an adult, what they've done as a lawyer. In this case, what they've done as a judge.
And I mean, there's a lot of focus on proving that he's a sloppy drunk, is what we've heard a lot in the last 24 hours. Is that part of the original background checks that were done on him, looking into alcohol, behavior, those sorts of things?
Certainly, that is a standard question in every background investigation. They ask about alcohol use and drug use going back to your 18th birthday.
Christy, thank you very much. Good to see you tonight.
Sure.
We drank beer. She had one beer at the party and had beers with, and having some beers with friends, or just to meet up and have some beers. Drinking beer, which I gladly do. I like beer. I like beer. I don't know if you do. Okay. Do you like beer, Senator, or not? What do you like to drink?
Next one is
Senator. What do you like?
Judge, have you?
In any event, we drank beer and still do. So whatever. I think you've probably had beers, Senator, and. So
you're saying there's never been a case where you drank so much that you didn't remember what happened the night before or part of what happened?
You're asking about, blackout. I don't know. Have you?
I don't know. Have you? He didn't answer. He didn't know if he's had a blackout. So listen to his answer. So he doesn't know whether he's had a blackout or not. Check this out. It's unreal. And where did that $200,000 come from that paid off your debt there, buddy? Look at this guy. He's all red-faced. He's probably half drunk right here.
Have you? Yeah, blackout. I don't know. Have you?
So he blackout. I don't know. Have you? So he asked a question with a question. Look at that smug little face. And you want this guy to be the person that determines whether your daughter can have an abortion or not? Meanwhile, you, the Republicans, are complaining about all the people on welfare and the crime problems in the inner cities? Well, you took the cake, Mr. Cake. You're out of here. Later. Hey, look at this guy. Look at this smug face on him. It's just unreal. He had no composure, no. But that's not the point. He didn't answer the question, and he said he didn't know if he's had a blackout. This is compulsory evidence right here that this man is a complete drunken joke with no scruples or integrity or anything. And he seems to have been exactly what those women have acclaimed he's been. Right. A heathen. Unto the Lord, a heathen. Do we want to prop up these evil people in powerful positions that affect the future of our nation? I don't know. I would think a lot of you would be pissed off, but you're just going to go along with whatever happens. So I guess we'll find out what's going to happen when your daughter is forced to not have an abortion, and then, she goes to a back alley clinic and gets well, I don't want to go any farther. It's pretty sickening. I can't handle the sickness of all the evil that these people on the far right are trying to do, telling us what to do with our bodies. Can you believe what's happening? It's a complete attack on people's rights. You see, you Democrats, you need a leader. That's your problem. You've got people like Bernie Slime and Elizabeth No Answer Warren, No DNA Warren. It's like, you really do need a leader. It's too bad I'm a centrist. Your mechanic does that. He said he's going to try to get away with it because Trump isn't regulating anything. Trump is he's kind of a guy who doesn't want to invest in any taxes for the rich. I mean, he's pushing $3.8 trillion tax cut right now. The House is trying to pass. It's a shame you spend time writing that. Yeah, you should stop wasting your time on your fingers because I'm not going to allow that crap in chat. I read faster than you can write. He does look like a scumbag, a televangelist. I know. I just feel that this look on his face is like he won't answer the question. He just won't answer the question. And we don't know where that $200,000 went. Who paid the $200,000 debt that he had acquired when he was buying national season baseball tickets for all his friends? I just don't get it. How does this guy elevate to a high position at the most important time in our history? And Anthony Kennedy, he's got corruption up the yin-yang. He should be prosecuted or impeached. It looks like Anthony Kennedy, who's basically stepping down from the Supreme Court, his son has been handling the money at Deutsche Bank for Donald Trump. And Donald Trump owes $1 billion to Deutsche Bank. And now that Anthony Kennedy's leaving, this scumbag has come into place, and he's going to take over your rights, your children's rights to have an abortion if they need it? Oh, he won't commit to supporting Roe v. Wade. He won't commit to it. If he committed to it, I would have probably less problem myself. But he won't commit to it. He won't commit to case law. What kind of a Supreme Court nominee won't even commit to case law, whether he agrees with it or not? We're all sitting here like retards watching these scumbags take our country and flush it down the toilet? Is that what you want, people? Yeah, I think he's a greasy pawn. I think Ford is probably a CIA agent, but that's irrelevant. I think she really was attacked physically. I really don't care. She's probably related somehow to the CIA, like you people in the alt-right say, but it doesn't matter. She was still violated. And it's hard to cheat a polygraph exam. But if she preps somebody on how to cheat it, that's not exactly a good sign. as President Trump can tell the IRS that certain businesses are free from scrutiny or send out memos to go out easy over earning more than $1 million? Oh yeah, easily. Trump can easily rig tax laws. He's already done it with the House. They're already pushing for $3.8 billion or $1 trillion tax break over 10 years. $3.8 trillion is a lot of money over 10 years. We're losing left and right here. Our country is going to be completely cash poor to deal with the problems that are inflating around us, especially with weather warfare going on, taking down our country's most important infrastructures, our cities that are very rich normally, like Houston, Miami, now North Carolina and South Carolina. And look at poor California. It hasn't had a drop of rain in, 8 months? All of this is weather warfare. And they're draining our coffers, too. They're draining our coffers, and they're taking out our country slowly with this weather warfare pattern. Meanwhile, they give him $200,000 to pay off his debt. And he's obviously dirty. Otherwise, they would show 90. Right now, they're sealing 93% of his files are sealed. The Senate can't look at it. So we got a double whammy going on. They're draining our coffers. They're putting scumbags like this guy in front of us who obviously are all about beer. And how can a person make a qualified judgment when all they do is like beer?
Could you answer the question, Judge? That's not happened. Is that your answer?
Yeah, and I'm curious if you have.
So she said it's not happened. You haven't had a blackout. And he said, yeah. And I'm curious if you had. Wow. So a question with a question. That's a move of pure guilt. That's a complete response to being judged for what he is and completely turning it around on her. It's a classic move, is to put a question with a question, especially if you're guilty as hell. Unreal. Hidden details of the New York Public Library. Oh, that looks wonderful. Oh, do tell. Wow. That's quite a picture. Yeah, look at that. The New York City Public Library is going to be hidden details. I can't wait. So yeah, we don't know where the $200,000 came from last year for Brett Kavanaugh. We're pretty sure he was bribed, but we don't know how, who, where, why. Well, I think you're instilling a lot of fear in your young men about just dating. Yeah, I wouldn't do that. You gotta understand, there's certain barriers you cross, social barriers you cross when you violate a woman. And right now, you're teaching your kids to be frightened of even talking to a woman or even walking up and maybe saying, hello, I would like to hold your hand. Would that be okay? And they'll go, ooh, what a creep. Get away from me. Yeah, but people are a little bit too cautious now. I think holding hands is not considered groping. I'm going to go on a limb there and say if you ask a woman for her hand, it will not be groping. You agree or not agree? It doesn't matter. Welcome to the No Grope Zone, a place where we hang out and talk about politics, because we have to. This president should have a video camera in the Oval Office. It's ridiculous that he doesn't. Okay, we're welcome to the No Grope Zone, where we talk about how women are being violated and how presidents are getting away with it. And everyone below them are getting away with it. No, I can't dance, Hyman. I'm afraid my dancing days are slightly inhibited right now. Yes. I realize that if I want to live to be 1,000 years old, I've got to start conserving energy. I know I set my mark at 200 years recently, but I'm thinking of expanding it to 1,000. Well, I want to live 1 year longer than Methuselah. I think it's only right. So if I dance, I'll be burning calories that will be necessary to survive the next millennia. David, where can I find a woman that doesn't talk like a valley girl? Like, for sure. I don't know, dude. I have it. How can beer turn someone into a rapist when they play spin the bottle? Hello? If you get drunk enough, these guys, and they do, these fraternities typically play spin the bottle at some point. I mean, you know what I'm talking about. I've never seen it happen, but, you know. What do you think? Beer lowers your inhibitions. That's why George W. Bush spent most of his time as president in a bar across the street. So he could have more fun. He wasn't having fun with Laura. That buffering took you off the front page. Whoa, really? What buffering was that, dude? Well, I'll just go back off and go back on again. Let me see if that helps. We are going back off iVlog. Hold, please. Okay. Okay, refresh. And is it on? Gosh, they're just messing with me over there. Yeah. Beer goes hand in hand with toxic masculinity. David Dress Suit ATP is his answer to diagnosis wasisis. How do you keep getting in here? I just banned you earlier. Jeez. It's getting harder to spot a deep fake video.
We're entering an era in which our enemies can make it look like anyone is saying anything at any point in time.
Jordan Peele created this fake video of President Obama to demonstrate how easy it is to put words in someone else's mouth.
Moving forward, we need to be more vigilant with what we trust from the internet.
Not everyone bought it, but the technology behind such frauds is rapidly improving, even as worries increase about their potential for harm. This is your
Bloomberg Quick Take. Thank you. If I play any more of that, they'll monetize me. I'll play that tonight. It's 2 minutes and a half. Yeah, I think that'd be special. I want to jam-pack as much time I can into the no-grope zone. I myself believe that we need maximum sentences for some of these molesters. Of women, too. Yeah, the Harvey Weinstein thing, we're going to see if that turns into anything. So far, 1 woman's down, 2 to go. If it continues on, he may not serve any time at all. Well, pretty soon you won't be able to believe anything you see on video because of this technology. That's true. It's the beginning of the month, kind of quiet here. I think I'm going to go on to something, my theory that these people all collect checks and disappear for the first few days of the month to buy drugs. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's pretty obvious. It's time to buy drugs and hang out, and for a lot of those people, sure. Do you care what they do with their money? It's their dole. I mean, you can't really decide what they're going to do with that money. Their welfare check they could spend on, family budget or on drugs. You can't tell them what to do. Why do you care anyway? All right, we're done with the no-grope zone. This is ridiculous. Nobody wants to talk about the Me Too generation anymore. It's like all these women are going to get raped by people who, like Brett Kavanaugh. And you don't care. It's not you that's being raped. It's not your daughter or your wife that's being raped. Well, it is kind of nice and quiet here. We consider this a peaceful show. One, total nirvana with the inner self of the inner sanctum of the internet brain. I like to consider myself the internet brain. You can ask me any question, and I will respond in lightning fast speed. Pretend as though I am Watson, the IBM supercomputer, capable of responding instantaneously. Your time is up. You did not ask any questions. Therefore, you must not be feeling good. Hold on, we've got, yeah, okay. I didn't meet him, no. Okay, we put the hidden details of the New York Public Library Architectural Digest in the lineup. Thank you. And Brett Kavanaugh is obviously, I haven't read anything he's written yet. I'm still looking for something that he's written. But he is kind of the talk of the town, so why don't we just talk about him?
I have no drinking problem, Judge.
Yeah, nor do I. Still do. So whatever. I think you've probably had beers, Senator, and so.
So you're saying there's never.
You have been violating our chat.
Been a case where you drank so much that you didn't remember what happened the night before or part of what happened?
That's.
Well, let me tell you, I just think that's a ridiculous question.
I don't know how to act drunk because I've never been drunk. Well, I was drunk once.
Asking about, blackout. I don't know. Have you?
Have you? God, can you believe this? You're back? Okay, great. Thank you. I have admitted to smoking marijuana. Yes. I did. I'm the person who did that. I'm the pro-legalization guy. You want to talk about the truth? Let's talk about 9/11. The 9/11, the Order of the Garter. Case in point, the people who are behind the scrim that you don't know about. Yeah. Wouldn't you like to know more? No, you don't care. Okay, well, we don't have to talk about it. We'll get back to the... Oh. If a bullet can do it, why would an aluminum plane? Yeah, a bullet can't do it. Why would an aluminum plane? So when a bullet hits a concrete wall, this is what happens. Why would an aluminum plane not burst into 1,000 pieces? That's a really good question. I'm glad I tuned into 9/11 talk. Hi, everybody. And why did we only get 15 frames of the Pentagon's attack that occurred? What appears to be, I think, the tip right here of a missile, not a 767. Scrim is in front of something. It's used in theater to present the appearance of something, a scrim, a facade. Never forget, September 10th, Rumsfeld announced that the country's Pentagon was missing $2.3 trillion. Never forget that. And then the Pentagon was attacked. Isn't that interesting? I don't think Rodney is capable of calling anymore. We've terminated that aspect of the show. We're waiting for new creative things to happen. Even if I have to wait till eternity for it to happen, it's going to come
Bart,
around.
I decorated your treehouse.
Wow, we've got Lisa Simpson teaching us Simpson slang, Vanity Fair. This is the object at the airport, at Denver Airport. Oh yeah, let's 9/12 never forget. They pushed the Patriot Act, attacked wrong countries, USA, 6,000 dead U.S. troops, right? Don't forget that stuff. Yeah, these are like important things to have flashing in the back of the screen. Thank you, David, for doing this. And let's not forget that during the time period that Kim Kardashian had her money taken, $12 million in jewelry, there was a news story. At the same time, the Pentagon was caught paying PR firm $540 million to make fake terrorist videos. Ha! Yeah. I know, but they were pushing. This is a big plan, folks. We now live in a nation where doctors destroy health, lawyers destroy justice, universities destroy knowledge, governments destroy freedom, the press destroys information, religion destroys morals, and our banks destroy the economy. And I don't even support Anonymous, but that was an interesting little take. Yeah, the Orwellian nightmare. You've been intentionally dumbed down by the American education system. You've been force-fed lies by corporate-owned mass media. You've been socially engineered through Hollywood movies, the music industry, and TV programming. You've been enslaved by the banks and credit card companies, forced to your whole life. Credit card away. Couldn't read it that fast. And yeah, let's not forget this plan. Jade Helm mastered the domain, the human domain. This is still going on. We talked to Robin Lynn about this. She was very adamant about believing this is an ongoing operation of the U.S. military. Okay, thanks for listening to the 9/11 special. Back to you, talking about Brett Kavanaugh and his drinking problem. Okay. Oh, Lisa. Yes, Lisa Simpson slang. Let's take a look. One moment, please.
With all kinds of pink frilly things. He was like, ay caramba!
Yeah, so I have not heard this, and I can't wait to see it. I'm going to have to check into it later. I was unaware that this person and her speech defect actually was a big problem. You have been removed from the show. You are not allowed in the show. When you are sent back to the where you came from. Oh, wait a second. Anthony Bourdain is not dead. Listen to YouTube. What's Inside the Moon documentary, most shocking secret ever. So this should be interesting. Okay, we're just adding new links to tonight's show just to add variety to our deal that we do. Oh, that's looking great, man. 37 minutes. Is this the one? Okay. I hope it's not a flat earth show. Let's take a look. Is that the one? QAnon is CIA, man. Okay, this is the one. We'll play it later tonight. Thank you. Well, let's be clear. Disclose Truth TV. That'll be good. Thank you. Very appropriate. Yeah, I'm convinced that QAnon is CIA. I mean, QAnon, questions, answers, anonymous. I mean, come on. And they're trying to paint Trump out to be stopping the deep state when he's practically, sucking off Kissinger. Practically. No Bebos for you, Henry. It's really a new world order. Mr. President, I would like you to kneel down before me. Can you imagine how Trump was kissing the ass of the UN? Did you see the way they laughed at him and our president just kissed their ass? Can you believe that? I would have walked out, I was stormed out and said, we're cutting your funding, period. You disgrace our country. Trump is more than a Jesuit puppet. He's a Zionist Jesuit puppet. I mean, it's nothing worse. These people worship Lucifer. I wish it wasn't the case. Look up the Lucis Trust Fund. You want the truth about that? I will give it to you. Lucis Trust is so convinced that they're happy in their connection to Lucifer. This is a roster level group that does all the bookings and finances, publications for the UN. And in their site, they actually have a subject about how their name came from the word Lucifer. The esoteric meaning of Lucifer. Yeah. Check it out. Do some vetting. The Lucis Trust is, hey, how you doing, Busy? Good to see you're in. Lucis Trust is just an absolute front group of Luciferians virtually trying to control the world at the UN. Look it up. It'll blow your mind. Did Lindsay Lohan just have a MKUltra breakdown, gets punched in the face? We don't know. This is an interesting story about Lindsay Lohan the other day that she was heard on Instagram, and we played it live. This is a calling, an uprising here. Lindsay Lohan was seen trying to capture a couple refugees and escape with them. And some people believe that she might have had an MKUltra meltdown if she's really an Illuminati slave. Yeah, so that's going to be good. We'll play that tonight. Yay. Did you hear that my username and what Kavanaugh has mentioned has roots in slavery and satanic rituals? Oh, okay. So the Devil's Triangle did not start out as a porn move, folks. It's actually a way that goes back to slavery time and satanic ritualism. The Devil's Triangle, where two men gang up on one woman. It's not just some sex play like a threesome. Forced sex play like that is something that dates back hundreds of years to Satanists. David, can you just do the rest of the show as a 1-year anniversary for Vegas? Vegas what? How is Vegas having a 1-year anniversary? Are you talking about the death of all the people, 58 people? Let's do that. Yeah, let's do a tribute starting now. Mandalay Bay, Stephen Paddock. What do we really know? Well, he was seen on camera. Really? Wow. He was seen on camera 6 days after the event in Atlantic City playing blackjack. That's quite a serious allegation. No, I can't do that. The idea that Stephen Paddock was even at this location at the time is only verified by some scant photographs of him putting his stuff in the room. It's very possible he was there. But was he killed? Was that his body? Well, the pictures of his dead body show a man with a neckline much younger than his supposed age. His wife was they just looked up his living wife, apparently put her application out in Europe with FBI as one of the pieces on her resume, that she'd worked at the FBI. So Stephen Paddock's wife was an FBI handler. That's another little link in this thing. Thirdly, just to go through some things that I've just been over, Mandalay Bay, right?
This is a live video inside the Bellagio Hotel, where everybody had to come together because there was chaos. As you can see, everybody is down here sitting. So we haven't been able to go back to our rooms. Daniel and I were able to get to where we were at. But these are all the people randomly sitting inside Bellagio Hotel, where the sheriff is saying nothing happened, as Daniel and I were sitting where bullets were being fired, and we were in the lobby at the lobby bar.
Okay, so it really did happen to a lot of people, and it really was an event. They've been gathering. The strange thing about the Mandalay Bay is during this entire photograph, they actually had a photograph of a dead body that was inside the hotel, and they never actually told anybody what that dead body was. Nothing was reported of the DB that was seen in the hotel. That was strange. The other fact was they had photographs on top of the building that indicate there were 3 shooters. I am not from Argentina, no. The UN is a Luciferian front through this organization. Research it. You won't be in any way disappointed. Yeah, the Luciferians are camping out at the UN. I believe that we could get some accountability from countries through the UN. That's why I'm not leaving the UN. I would cut their funding, though, especially after denigrating our president. Yeah. Heads up, Pentagon flu virus vaccines to mind control and suicide religions fanatic. Okay. VMAT2 gene is going to be discussed tonight on our 153news.net sites. That's cool. The VMAT2 gene has been, discussed for over 10 years. The Pentagon produced it. And what it does is it's a vaccine that controls a certain gene in our brain that it actually leads to violence, this gene. So it controls our violent tendencies, or any type of tendency that would be radical in any way. It's like the conformity gene. And the vaccine keeps this loose anti-conformity gene from running around and, not conforming. So, yeah, real serious. We may even be sprayed by this gene. We don't know. They've talked about the VMAT2 gene for a long time. They may be putting it in aerial sprays. Yeah. It could be happening. Isn't that special? Yeah, isn't that great? You're getting sprayed like an insect. We the people have had enough. This is crazy, man. Okay, I've got a break for some music here. It's reached that point of intensity. I am Mr. Right. Here we go.
You're Mr. Right, my Mr. Right, too good to be true. You spin my world around, 'cause you're the peace I find. If you sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, 'cause you make me melt away. You're Mr. Right, my Mr. Right, too good. Just spin my world around, 'cause you're the peace I find. You sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, 'cause you make me melt away. You're Mr. Right, my Mr. Right, too good to be true. You spin my world around, 'cause you're the peace I find. You sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, 'cause you make me melt away. You're Mr. Right, my Mr. Right, too good to be true.
Okay, we're here, everybody. Welcome. Mass deception's happening. I'm one of the first people that exposed the mainstream media, 10 years ago, and I didn't come up with the word fake news. The CNN did when they referred to Pizzagate. Now, there's more truth to Pizzagate than we could even imagine. It's a big, huge, open sore on American politics. And they've made it so that we can't talk about the pedo gates. They made it so that you can actually get kicked off of Reddit and Twitter if you talk about Pizzagate. Seriously. What kind of a free country would outlaw the word Pizzagate from Reddit and Twitter? So we're all dealing with this reality that they come up with the word fake news, CNN does, and now they're claiming anybody who supports Trump is a believer in fake news. I think a lot of you are just kind of clued in slightly on all the deception that's been going on, and you latched onto Trump thinking he was going to be your savior, and you start believing in the QAnon theory. There's no evidence that is anything real. None whatsoever. In fact, Donald Trump seems to be more part of the big problem, the media and the whole circus that they're playing out right in front of our eyes. Donald Trump's best friend, one of his best friends, is Jeff Zucker. And he literally he's the CEO of CNN. So Donald Trump gets along great with CNN. The whole idea of him having aggression towards CNN is ridiculous. It's all theater. So they're playing us back and forth, left versus right, constantly keeping us separated. Meanwhile, they put greasy, corrupt, dirty judges in place to rig votes so they can control the Supreme Court. We are dealing with a system that is rotten to the core. All the way back to JFK, we've been seeing mobsters run our country. We don't have a political voice. The people are completely shut down. Donald is a complete shill because they've got dirt on him. He'll say whatever they tell him to say. They own Donald. And I don't mean just Russia. I mean the people that own Vladimir Putin. They own Donald. Putin is just a mouthpiece for Russia. He's not controlling Donald. He's just a mouthpiece for the Zionist elitists that control Russia. You see, our country was used to take over the Soviet Union in 1991, and Russia has been used by the New World Order to take over our country. They're playing both sides against the middle. I can't make anything trend on Twitter. Didn't you know that I'm censored completely on Twitter? What's your problem? You don't get it, do you? Our show has been so censored across the globe that we couldn't say anything on Twitter. It wouldn't mean anything. How can you keep saying that? Are you that dense that you think I'm not censored? What's wrong with you? Look at our sites. Our subscription counts have been locked for 9 years on both Twitter and YouTube. It's like, wake up! That's right. The people who own Putin run Israel. Now, Israel's a nation we have to respect because they have, complete control over that state. They won a war to attain that. It may not have been fair. I certainly don't think it was fair, but we're here now, and we have to respect their boundaries. But should we let the people that created Israel now take over the world? Those people are the Zionists. They're the ones that are trying to formulate a plan to depopulate the globe. And they're the ones that teach you in your college classes that there's limits to growth, and we can't possibly feed everybody on the planet, and the carbon is polluting us, and we're destroying the world. They're the same people spraying pesticides on your head or in your food and chemtrails in the sky, creating these weather patterns, which I conveniently call weather warfare. They don't want to save the earth. They seriously do not. This is my great goal. I would love to see more people like Boyan Slat that created that huge barrier that sucks plastic in. I want to see more of that project going on. Oh, I'm sorry. I was sleeping for a while. Did I miss much? I'm kidding. It's a joke. Okay, moving on. The people who own Putin run Israel. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. At least we have clarity here. It's all too beautiful. I think Kiss is doing one last hurrah. I think it's sad that Gene Simmons doesn't want to give his inheritance to his children. I was shocked when he said he was going to not leave his kids anything. I find that hard to believe. And that Gene Simmons doesn't have a hit song. Does Kiss have a hit song, Johnny? Could you just give me one single? Yeah. What's strange is that Kiss doesn't have a single hit song, and they were inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 2014. Yeah. How is that possible? I just want to know exactly who Gene Simmons knows. I mean, this guy is, definitely just doesn't make any sense. Yes, we can unban Zeno. Sure. I just don't know that one hit song that they sang that I can remember. Yet, John Bon Jovi, who's got quite a few hits, hasn't been inducted into the Hall of Fame. It's just strange. Anyway, these are the things that I care about. The two parties don't care about that. They don't give a crap about the ocean. They're not going to clean up anything. They're going to let you eat crap out of the ocean until it just poisons your whole family with toxic waste, radiation. Yeah, they don't care about you. They're free from work as well as their children. Well, I heard him say on his show he wasn't going to give his kids any money. I just thought that was a little weird. Yeah, considering they're doing the show with him, it just didn't make any sense. And then I found out that Gene Simmons had all those photographs of all those women that he had done. And I'm going, like over 150 women that he did when he was a rock star. And his poor wife had to put up with that. I saw that episode. It was just like, did you see that episode? Not a big hit, but it's a fun song. I Was Made for Loving You. Wow. Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah. How did Gene Simmons pull that off? Because he's an Ashkenazi. That's right. He has the power. His whole family are Ashkenazis. He went and met the roots of his Ashkenazi family who live in Israel. Many people not a direct connection to Abraham live in Israel. At kibbutz, many Ashkenazi live in Israel. I know a guy who's an Ashkenazi, moved to the Golan Heights. I'd say, 20 years ago. 17 years ago. He moved to the Golan Heights. He became a settler. He was a U.S. citizen who decided to immigrate to Israel. And he was an Ashkenazi, Russian Jew. And he one thing that strikes me about him is he loved the free money they get. They get $35,000 a year to live there forever. And you know who pays that money? We do. The U.S. We give Israel $3.5 billion per year, going up to 4.5. And Trump's not going to cut that. He's not going to cut that at all. In fact, what he's cutting is the $3 million your grandma and your grandpa need for Meals on Wheels. That's cut out of the budget. But $4 billion, $4.5 billion now to Israel, that's going out there. They're paying people to move there. Well, we're here to protect the U.S. Israel is here to. We're here to protect Israel. Absolutely. I think that Israel is a great nation. I have no hatred toward Jewish people either. I think Jewish people are brilliant and they're not at all greedy. The Ashkenazis, however, who are not Jewish, they're not related to Abraham. They've given good Jewish people a bad name because apparently they're all about money, greed, avarice, the endless need for power too. So yeah, we will definitely protect Israel with air power. I strongly support even giving them complete air support if they are ever attacked or provoked. But if they were to provoke another country and initiate a crisis, I don't know how much air power we could give them. I really don't. I mean, there's a point at which it's a losing proposition. They say that World War III will start in the Middle East. Judging from the looks of it, Donald Trump is trying to trigger it with China right now in the middle of the South China Sea. The destroyers that nearly collided yesterday were pretty seriously close to each other, within a half of a football field. South China Sea had a destroyer collision there was a destroyer incident with China. Chinese warship unsafe encounter with a U.S. destroyer. This happened yesterday. So things are heating up in the Chinese Sea right now. Trump is mismanaging the entire country, and you Trump-tards are wasting my time and yours by not realizing he's a bad president.
The dispute in the South China Sea is like so many potentially dangerous international conflicts over territory, and multiple countries claiming the same territory. In this case, no fewer than 6 countries: China, the Philippines, Vietnam, Taiwan, Brunei, and Malaysia. But this one adds a unique question as to whether some of this territory exists at all, because China, over the last several years, has added some 3,000 acres, in effect manufacturing land where there used to just be reefs that barely poked above the surface. China today says that this is Chinese land. The U.S. says it is still international waters, international airspace. China, in addition to building those islands, is now militarizing them, basing military aircraft, military warships, and missile systems on those manufactured reefs. The U.S. responding by sailing its warplanes and warships through those waters to demonstrate its point that they remain international. For now, that dispute has played out purely with words. The danger is, though, that there could be a miscalculation or an escalation that leads to something worse and much more dangerous.
Thank you. I've oftentimes during the show, I go without the mic in order for people who do lip reading and who are deaf to understand what I'm saying. Now, what I just said was possibly misinterpreted as aggression, but I would not want to predict more of a conflict with China by initiating conflict in the waters. But what we could do is send a vast fleet out there and park nearby and maybe find another area of land and start building a larger structure, and then maybe we could build an island there. Yeah. Your take on Christine Blasey Ford and very important info on Ford and Kavanaugh. Okay.
Hi, everybody. It is still...
Never Lose Truth is analyzing the situation. With Kavanaugh's connections to beer parties and sloppy drunk satanic rituals like the Devil's Triangle, and Christine Blasey Ford's CIA connections and the fact that she recruits CIAs and preps somebody on how to handle a lie detector test, all of that under the table, we're going to get Never Lose Truth's opinion tonight. And she has lots of them, and I like that about her.
October 2nd.
So she's pretty wordy, and she'll go into detail as to what she's perceiving in this whole mess of information. I would definitely suggest, and in fact, let's take a look at the South China Sea. Let me go to my null map. Yes, thank you. What's happening? My null map is gone. Oh no. That's not fun. Yeah. Wow. That's why I don't use an AVG secure browser. Okay, let's do this. This is easy enough. We have a couple different tools we can go. Surely there's something out here we can spin the globe and find out. Oh wow, what a coincidence. There's a hurricane going on, or typhoon going on there right now. Well, we really need to take a look at the topography. There looks like a landmass here. That looks like Taiwan, yeah. Maybe over here there's an atoll. There's a landmass right there. Let's find that position. All right. Let's go to Google Maps. Yeah, I'm wondering if there's a landmass we could build our own island on, right nearby. I think it's only right. It's certainly worth a try, you know. We have every right to do that. Okay. That's not it. All right. It's off the coast of Japan, really? That would be kind of inconvenient. Oh, that's Okinawa. Okay. Yeah, we can't exactly build in Okinawa. We already have a structure there. Okay. Here they are, right over here. The Spratly Islands. Yeah. Look at all the islands here. Check this out. We could easily build a large installation there as well. President Trump has such a good relationship with President Duterte that he could provide logistical support to our island in the sea. These aren't mental flubs. These are positive ideas. You're an idiot. That's why I keep banning you. These are great ideas. These are not something I would discard. I mean, what else would you do? Any ideas, anybody? What would you do if the South China Sea is, you want to build a plastic island? I know that. We've talked about that. Dave, how many beers are too many? 2. You only need 1 beer. There's no reason for anyone to have more than 1 beer. And I'll tell you why. There's a woman who's 103 years old. Right. Who drinks a pint of beer a day. It's pretty cool. And she's like well known. Here she is. All you need is 1 beer.
About to turn 103 had a special request for her birthday celebration. Beer. Harv Jacobs tells us it's part of her daily routine that she says keeps her going.
Mildred Bowers has seen a lot in the last 103 years. Mildred, called Millie by her friends, lived through the Great Depression and outlived 2 husbands.
What is the secret to living to 103?
It's all in the genes.
She's also sharp as a tack.
My mind is good, you know. I have no problem with that. And that's the big thing that a lot of people don't have at my age, is a good mind.
Today, Millie's friends picked her up from a Mount Pleasant assisted living facility and took her to an early birthday lunch at Page's Okra Grill.
I never expected anything like this.
Her friends came from out of town to celebrate with Millie.
I'm jealous of her skin. I'm jealous of her of how beautiful she
She
looks.
does. She
Millie
looks
says
great.
There's another secret to her longevity.
Have a beer. Doctor's orders.
You heard her right. Every day at 4 o'clock, Millie is allowed to have a beer at the assisted living facility.
Well, there you have it, honey. There's no reason why she couldn't enjoy herself and have a beer. Bless her heart. Now, you guys are drinking 9 beers. You don't have any idea what Millie's going through. I know, because Millie looks just like my grandma. Or whatever. My aunt, actually. Millie, you're a special lady. And gosh darn it, you're smart as a tack. And look at her skin, how wonderful it is. I think it's wonderful. She's a very cute lady. She reminds me of me in some ways. She looks just like me. I can't explain that. It's very strange. Ah! Anyway, that's great. Isn't that a great heartwarming story? Now back to the islands that we need to build in the Southeast China Sea. South China Sea, rather. These are the Spratly Islands, and there's only one of them that China is developing, so we have every reason to build our own right off the coast of the Philippines. And Mr. Duterte, if you're listening, I want you to start rounding up all of your drug dealers. Instead of killing them, I'd like to airdrop them on the Spratly Islands as part of a brand new workforce that could be the militia. We could use it. We could create pirates on the open sea. And we could fund it with U.S. military dollars. Create a pirate force that could just screw with China everywhere they turn. Wouldn't that be a great idea? Just screw with them everywhere they turn. Yeah. Just like, oh, you want to put your destroyer there? Oh, we'll move our destroyer over here. Okay. And we'll bring in our pirate force from the other Spratly Island. Let's do it. Bring it. Or should we just forget about it and ignore it until it becomes a real problem? Okay. Your choice. If it was MacArthur, he'd go in and take them over right now. But he's gone. General MacArthur passed away. Maybe spray some stuff on your face? What's wrong with my face? Thank you. That felt good. We made it halfway through the final hour. Jeez, I can't believe I pulled that off. Well, that's because we have a unique show. We give you daily entertainment. This is America's Third Party. Interactive virtual chat, nightly from 5 to 10 p.m. Join us and change America. Important little tidbit of information we had this week. Brett Kavanaugh, his whole purpose really is to give lots of Russia support. In 2011, he ruled that foreign governments could fund American super PACs. So he is the corporate corrupt structure that we have, essentially. Were you freaked out by the deadly cougar attack near Seattle? No, I wasn't. I just don't go into remote national parks. If you Google down real close to real small islands in the Sea of Japan, you see greenhouses with armed guards. I believe it. I wouldn't doubt they're great doing something with that, yeah. Well, I think we could easily build out there. I don't see any reason why, if China can do it, we can do it too. So, count on a nice little built-up facility out there in the ocean. Yeah. So can't fight them, join them. It's that simple. See there? It's that simple, see? Yes, Putin is definitely Ashkenazi. Many people know that he is funded by Russian oligarchs with big money. $200 billion, Mr. Putin. One of the most rich men in America, or in the world, rather. Yes, but not like the Rothschild family. They are super rich. They make Mr. Trump look like shoeshine salesman. Blech. Well, I didn't eat a lot tonight. I had a big lunch. Yep. Yeah. So sometimes I eat a big lunch and I cut back in the evening. That's how I keep my weight down. Otherwise, I'd be sitting around kind of like that immense guy that comes on our show once in a while, who can't even see his you-know-what. Yeah. I know, many of you are eating too much. You're overeating. It's probably wheat belly or something. So yeah, I see no reason why Mr. Duterte cannot help us with this. And we're right near there with Mindanao. Yeah, I think it'd be kind of fun to have like an island just like a stone's throw away from the Spratly Islands. Your girlfriend's a meat eater and I'm a vegan. What can I do? Well, set up a grill with two sides and a divider. Cook on olive oil mostly, and on your side make your veggie burger. On her side, make her hamburger. Make her a pork chop. Have yourself a nice tofu slab, whatever you eat. Yeah. Oh, she smells like a carnivore? Why should you even be with her? If your pheromones aren't jiving, then you don't have compatibility. You don't have what it takes to make your relationship work. Thanks for calling in Dave's relationship chat line. How can I help you? Yes, let me see if I can troubleshoot your problem. Oh, your girlfriend smells like a carnivore and you're a vegan? Well, why don't you get that meat spray on you so you'll smell like a carnivore too. You don't have to eat the meat, just bathe in it. There's got to be a way to do this. Well, I think it's a ridiculous question you're facing with. I would like to kind of look at this really cool knoll map, though. This is nice. So right now there's a typhoon right in the middle of the water that we're describing. Yippee-i-o. It's not too much. It's like 60-mile-an-hour winds, but I mean, geez. Up, up, and away below Japan, above the Philippines. Isn't this a fabulous world we're living in? The Rothschilds control the entire weather patterns that go on Earth. All of you simpletons don't realize that every bit of air is controlled by the Rothschild family. They own weather.com, myweather.com. And they are simply spraying you. We are like insects in America. How do you feel being insects? Does it feel good? What is it like to be an insect? I've often wondered. Okay. You're controlled opposition. Well, you're kind of wasting my time. I'm not controlled opposition. Oh, really? You heard the Rothschilds patent the oxygen molecule? Brilliant. Any way to continue to make money at your expense, you insects. It doesn't piss you off when I talk like that? Okay, well, I guess the drones will tell you how pissed off you are. I just think that the whole thing is a disaster. We need to figure this out. We can't let these people take over the world. They've already done that, but I mean, they're trying to take over America. The last stand against the evil empire. We need to start thinking about a way out of this. Oh, Gene Simmons is just a capitalist, yeah. I mean, he's not much... I mean, if you call him a rock star, whatever. I'm not here to malign Gene Simmons. Yeah, he seems like an interesting character, fun to talk to. Wouldn't want to be him. But, yeah. Everyone left because, there's nothing to talk about. Yeah. Everyone decided that the world was pretty much over like you did. Misanthropy. So very few people want to talk about anything. They're just waiting to die. Well, they already took over America, but not in the biggest sense of the word. We still have a constitution. That thing, that flimsy document that Sarah holds up and reads out of. It doesn't even apply. This country is a corporation owned by the Rothschilds and the Federal Reserve Bank. This document is a joke for you. You think you have power. Unless you use this feeble document, it will be of no power to you. They've stacked the Supreme Court against you. Pretty soon they'll be lining you up and sending you to the FEMA camps and RFID chipping you like beasts of burden. Seriously. If you don't do something with your constitution and use it to create a political party and just sit there like a bunch of cattle and go bah, moo, bah, moo. Yeah. Actually, this document doesn't even apply to case law in America. America is operating out of the de facto head of a corporation called the United States. Its leadership is housed in the United States Central. It's a city that's been created for the United States Corporation called Washington, D.C. Your state is actually, the initials of your state are the corporations. So California is CA, Washington is WA. These are corporations within the United States Corporation, sub-corporations, divisions, if you will. And there is no place in this document for departments of Interior or the Food and Drug Administration or anything. I believe anybody who's a womanizer would be pro-Kavanaugh. Yeah, most guys who are womanizers are pro-Kavanaugh. The Act of 1871 created Washington, D.C., basically, and the United States Corporation. By 1910, they met at Jekyll Island, all the biggest bankers in the world, and they decided how they were to control our country through the banking system. And by 1913, they put together the Federal Reserve Act and had it ratified among people truly that weren't even allowed to even vote. Many of them were off on a trip on an ocean liner called the Titanic. Many of the people that voted on that were sent away, especially the ones that objected to a central bank. They were given free tickets on the Titanic. Yeah. Well, Trump married into the Ashkenazi. The real source, if you want to get to the truth behind Trump and the Russians, look up the Chabad Leibovich group in New York. They are his connection to the Russian oligarchy. Chabad Leibovich. That's the synagogue that Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump Kushner, they're regulars there. That's where Trump started getting loans about 20 years ago. That's why he wasn't even affected by the subprime mortgage debacle. Okay, you're making fun of queers on our show? I don't think that's cool, dude. Yeah, I mean, really? You're stooping at making fun of gay people? Really? So yeah, the truth is our country really is only in print. We're not even, our judges are administrative attorneys that work for the hierarchy of what is called the bar. They all, it's a veritable, it's out of this country too. The bar isn't even run out of the United States, it's run out of England. England holds the paperwork on the United States. They still do. And that's based on the 1783 Charter. That's right. The Treaty of 1783, the Paris Treaty of 1783, signed by Ben Franklin and others, gave our country sovereignty, assuming our debt is managed properly. But in it, it said that the arch-treasurer of our debt, ongoing debt, is the King of England, or the Queen of England. So technically, the City of London owns much of the debt that we have. And that's where the Federal Reserve comes in. They're seated at the World Bank. They have the power to pull the plug on any financing. So our country is borrowing money to constantly fund itself. Well, it's going to cap out. Buying treasury bonds comes with a huge interest payment. And if we don't meet the minimum payment on our interest, what will happen to our country is exactly what's happening to Venezuela and other countries that are, especially Greece right now. The weather warfare that's been conducted in Greece is unbelievable, unparalleled. There's recent, the directed energy weapons they might be using, the weather warfare that's going on there. 71 people burned to death in Greece about 3 months ago. Their cars were fried. And now there's a massive weather crisis in Greece. They're literally not paying their debts, so they're being punished. Yeah. Anyway, just so you know, I mean, that's what's going to happen to America, and it's already happening. If we don't meet the minimum payments on our debt to these overlords that control our country, they'll destroy our entire nation. Oh, yeah. We need to disenfranchise ourselves from them and get our country back. We need to pull the United States of America out of bankruptcy and bring it into the modern 21st century with its own infrastructure bank. We have equity in storage for us at the World Bank. We are the strongest nation in the world. We could easily seize power from them. But right now, our politicians are controlled by these people. They own them. And if they don't own them, they have dirt on them. Either they're politicians that are bought off, or they've got dirt sex things against every politician out there. That's what's going on. Hate to say it, but that's where the country's at. Wish it wasn't the case. So that's why we have total sleazeballs migrating to the top of the ranks of our most important courts, which decide the most important things about our future. A court that should be objective is subjective and controlled by powerful moneyed interests that can buy people like this sleazeball.
Could you answer the question, Judge? That's not happened. Is that your answer?
Yeah, and I'm curious if you have.
I have no drinking problem, Judge.
Yeah, nor do I.
Yeah, sure. Now we find out he lied. He does have a drinking problem. Now it's up to the final decision will come to the Senate when they throw the final vote after the FBI closes their brief and abrupt trial or investigation, which many people are on record saying that they couldn't even get their word into the FBI. So our FBI has been corrupted. Every aspect of our government. This is a true litmus test of how corrupt our country is right now. What's happening with Kavanaugh? If they push this nomination forward and the Republicans push it, they're not going to win in the 2018 election. That's one area the American people are going to stop and say, wait a second, we at least want an impeachment hearing, so we're going to put a Democrat in the House. They could even sweep the Senate, too. It could go all the way. They do need to investigate the Ramirez claim poison gas, poison Pez. Yeah. It looks like Ramirez and he were together, bosom buddies. Back in the day, she said that she was afraid to see him after that rape attempt. Or, excuse me, when he stuck his penis in her face. Thank you. Big difference. The big reveal today was that Trump has a trail of tax liabilities that date back all the way to when his dad was alive. That he didn't have $1 million money from his dad. That, in fact, he got $413 million in all kinds of tax benefits and breaks from his dad. That he profited huge and engaged in suspicious tax schemes as he reaped riches from his father. So this revelation is shattering to a lot of Republicans who thought that he only started with $1 million and he was some sort of a self-made guy. His dad. Oh, and guess what happened? Trump decided to attack an ABC reporter today. Just singled her out and called her stupid, basically. Check this out. Thank you.
It's really great to see everybody on this beautiful, beautiful day in Washington, D.C. Okay, question? Yeah, go ahead. Sure. She's shocked that I picked her.
No.
It's like in a state of shock.
I'm not thinking, Mr.
That's
President.
okay. I know you're not thinking. You never do.
I'm sorry?
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
In a tweet this weekend, Mr. President, you said that it's incorrect to say you're limiting the scope of the FBI investigation.
She's shocked that I picked her.
No.
It's like in a state of shock.
I'm not thinking, Mr.
That's
President.
okay. I know you're not thinking. You never do.
Wow. 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 You can imagine what he said to Melania. If that's the kind of verbal crap coming out of his mouth, you can imagine what he said to Melania during the inauguration that made her turn into a sour grape right in front of her eyes. Whoa. Isn't that unbelievable, the way he treats women? Just denigrating them, treating them like a stupid object. Wow. I'm in a state of shock.
I'm sorry?
No, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry? No, go ahead.
My prayer that God will bless you, your family, and it started to rain, Mr. President, when you came to the platform. And it's my prayer.
So you look at her face as it zooms in, it's like, gosh, look at the dejection on her face. And it started the Free Melania movement on Twitter, which she liked, by the way. Melania liked that. Fred Trump is dead. His father passed away. You know, it is interesting to note that when Donald Trump took over the estate of his family, he cut his oldest brother's family out of the entire estate. Now, his oldest brother was an alcoholic. And Donald Trump's handling of the estate as the executor eliminated the family from getting any medical benefits. So, when their disabled child presented with some problems financially, they asked Donald Trump to fund at least a health care plan for their kid. He refused. That's a fact. Here he is talking about his brother. His brother's alcoholism changed Donald Trump's behavior. He just doesn't drink. You know, but he cut his whole family, his brother's family, out of the will entirely. On top of, now we find out he made $413 million in benefits from his father.
Myself, I had a brother, Fred. Great guy, best looking guy, best personality, much better than mine. But he had a problem. He had a problem with alcohol. And he would tell me, don't drink, don't drink. He was substantially older, and I listened to him and I respected, but he would constantly tell me, don't drink. He'd also add, don't smoke. But he would say it over and over and over again. And to this day, I've never had a drink. and I have no longing for it. I have no interest in it. To this day, I've never had a cigarette. Don't.
Okay, but you do like to, well, we won't talk about that. What is interesting is his brother was, obviously a person of his stature, the oldest son in the family. You'd think he would have, at least given his family some health care benefits. His brother didn't get him. No. So his brother's family got nothing. I just find that very telling. The best looking guy. Yeah, he's a very good looking guy. Yeah. What a stand-up guy, yeah. Okay, let's get back to her question. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
In a tweet this weekend, Mr. President, you said that it's incorrect to say you're limiting the scope of the FBI investigation.
What does that have to do with trade? I don't mind answering the question, but, I'd like to do the trade
It has to do
question
with the
as
other
well.
headline in the news, which is the Kavanaugh
I know, but
nomination.
how about talking about trade, and then we'll get to that. We'll do that later.
Do you think the trade,
Anybody have a trade?
Do you
Go
think
ahead,
your trade
please.
deal will pass through Congress, sir?
I think so, but, if it doesn't, we have lots of other alternatives. But I do think so. I think if they're fair, which is a big question, but if it's fair on both sides, the Republicans love it. Industry loves it. Our country loves it. If it's fair, it will pass. I think it'll pass easily, really easily, because it's a great deal. Okay, let's go. Come on. You want to, I guess, get off trade. I don't know. People are falling asleep with trade. I think to me, it's the most exciting thing you can talk about, right?
Yeah, considering you're ruining trade relations with China for no reason. Yeah, I was kidding about building an island out there in the middle of the South China Sea. I just think it's kind of ironic that they're doing it. We should relax all the tariffs that Trump is putting on China right now. We really are not. We're not going anywhere with this, and we need to get softer, and we need to help the panda economy at least absorb this terrible time with Donald Trump as president. So going back to pre-tariff status. In my administration, initially, will be the goal with China, to try to patch the relationship that is being divided by Trump and his maneuvering. Throwing us under the bus with a trade relationship so horrible with China is his attempt to gain leverage on China so that they'll buy Trump Enterprise hotels in various cities. Trump is still trying to make money on the White House. So it's what's going on. It's something we can't even begin to assess what it takes for a person to try to make money constantly from the White House. So we've got this reality. Trump is trying and failing to get rich off of his presidency. This is a Forbes article. Goes into details about everything that's happening. You guys want reading tonight? He's trying to profit from the White House. Here it is. Yeah, and then on top of that, we just found out he's been engaged in huge lies, saying he just got $1 million from his dad. He got $10 million from his dad in cash, plus $413 million in all kinds of tax benefits and schemes that he used to get more money. And Jack Ma has said that Donald Trump's trade war with China could lead to military conflict.
Adding to the inconvenient timing, reports that
Alibaba founder Jack Ma is saying this could lead to a military conflict with China. When trade stops, sometimes war starts. That's right. So the trade is the way to stop wars. The Chinese billionaire entrepreneur warned Tuesday during the opening panel discussion with the World Trade Organization public forum in Geneva. Trade is the way to build up trust. Trade is not the weapon to fight against each other. Very good and adept opinion from Jack Ma. And I must say we have a lot of problems now because of Donald Trump's ego and all the things that you people have led us to, with the worst possible president you could have picked, because Russia helped him. Cheated with Russia's help, and now they're trying to push Brett Kavanaugh upon us. Brett Kavanaugh doesn't in any way measure up. He just doesn't. He is a weak, dirty judge who doesn't deserve this position. And if Senate approves it, We're going to have to fight this as voters.
Which I gladly do. I like
You have to
beer.
answer that.
I like beer. I don't know if you do.
Okay.
Do you like beer, Senator, or not? What do you like to drink?
Next one is
Senator, what do you like to
Judge,
drink?
have you...
Senator, what do you like to drink? Who cares? This guy's like a child. What are you talking about? Yeah. I don't know what you're talking about. So how can I tell you what I'm talking about? I don't think it's appropriate to talk about going out for drinks with a senator. Thank you, Sirno Amra. Sirno Amra. You have a very interesting name, Sirno Amra. I can tell you that Trump could be considering me for something even more important than SCOTUS. I think Judge Napolitano should be picked as SCOTUS. I really like him. I think he's the perfect choice. Oh, you're Sirnorama. Okay. Sirnorama. Well, you and the Hadron Collider can get together and have a circle jerk. Well, let's be clear. If you want to pick somebody for SCOTUS, get Barack Obama. Yeah. He's got more legal academic backing. But honestly, he can legally be a SCOTUS in that he's a naturalized citizen. Even though he wasn't born in America, he was born in Kenya. Russia is why the North won the Civil War? Really? Interesting. That's an interesting take on it. Well, if the South had won the war, we wouldn't have had inner city problems in Detroit and Cincinnati. It's true. People would have been enslaved. And that would have been terrible. The problem with the end of the Civil War is we didn't follow through with Lincoln's Reconstruction plan. Well, yeah, Barack Obama should show his college transcript. But no, I think Trump has bigger plans for me. Maybe he's considering, being he's copying most of my ideas, maybe he's considering me as his backup, his VP, possibly. Yeah. So I have to really tread lightly here. When I call him a fool and an idiot, it's going to be a little hard to walk away from those comments. But he is, apparently a man with a mission. He learned a lot from reading about Hitler during the early days in Ivana Trump's marriage. He spent most of his time reading Adolf Hitler's speeches, according to Ivana Trump, during their deposition and their divorce. So he learned a lot from Adolf Hitler. Yeah. Well, I was considering the VP position before SCOTUS. I'm just entertaining the idea that maybe I might be able to do something for him there. Well, I'd soften the transition for him. I would. I see Donald Trump as a victim of greed, and greed being one of the 7 deadly sins. I'm not here to, pass judgment upon a person in life. God will judge his behavior. But I can tell you that if it came down to beep, you are out of time. Beep. I'm sorry, I have to end the show now. I have exceeded my maximum allowable time. No, I just think that Trump is probably suffering from extreme greed. It's a serious malady. I mean, if you look at it as an illness, Jane Fonda is now trying to say we need to understand Trump. That's a very soft way of backing out of the Me Too generation, Jane. I don't understand why she would say this, but this is her newest statement. It's just I don't know, maybe Ted Turner got to her and said, you're going to have to tell us something positive here, Jane. We have to love Donald Trump. Bad behavior is the language of the wounded. So she's one of the Hollywood's, At age 80, she's hardly slowing down. Fonda's now lending her voice to support the Last Weekend campaign. She wants us to love Trump. I don't know. Hanoi Jane ought to go back to North Vietnam. I'm just not enjoying her take on Trump. Thank you. I mean, really? We have to love this guy? Give me a break. Nobody said you had to like being screwed. If you're going to get a little lubricant, that's a different story, but, you know, I really don't want to go there. Yeah. Hey, thanks for coming in. My duplicate personality is here with much more entertainment going on. I sometimes fall into the category of not really this excited.
Is Donald Trump an intellectual? Trust me, I'm like a smart person. I went to the best colleges for college. I went to Wharton. I had a situation where I was a very excellent student. I'm a person that very strongly believes in academics. I was a nice student.
I have a very good brain, and I've said a lot of things.
I understand things. I comprehend very well. Better than, I think, almost anybody. I'm very highly educated. I know words. I have the best words. I'm like a very smart person. Like a smart person. I'm a very smart person.
So our president became smart when he read Hitler's speeches. According to guest 10,000-pound Safehead, you think Hitler was a comic book character? You are a piece of vile shit, and I want you out of the show. Hitler was a despot, and he had no worth at all. None whatsoever. He ruined Germany. After Dresden was destroyed, to over 200,000 people were killed because of Hitler and his stupidity. And you stand there and support him. You don't deserve to be on my show. Yeah. I couldn't believe this guy. He's in an iVlog espousing the virtue of Hitler. Unbelievable. Trump copied the smart person part. Yeah, he heard me talk about it and he thought he could do it. But he doesn't have any tests verifying his genius. I do. At davidsponheim.com, I put the actual test results of my IQ test right there. These test results revealed that I had 185 IQ. 1 in 4 girls, same dude in 1993.
Approved. You, sir, in your great wisdom, have approved. I will tell you right now, they don't look like Indians to me, and they don't look like the Indians. Now, maybe we say politically correct or not politically correct. They don't look like Indians to me, and they don't look like Indians to Indians. And a lot of people are laughing at it, and you're telling how tough it is, how rough it is to get approved. Well, you go up to Connecticut, and you... at it, and you're telling how tough it is, how rough it is to get approved. Well, you go up to Connecticut and you look. Now, they don't look like Indians to me, sir.
Thank God that's not the test of whether or not people have rights in this country or not, whether or not they pass your look test.
Depends whether or not you're approving it, sir.
No, it's not a question whether I'm approving it. It's not a question whether I'm approving it. Mr. Trump, you know in the history of this country where we've heard this discussion before, they don't look Jewish to me.
Oh, really?
They don't look Indian to me. They don't look Italian to me.
Mm-hmm.
And that was a test for whether people could go into business or not go into business, whether they could get a bank loan. You're too black. You're not black enough.
I want to find...
Wow, yeah, that did sound racist coming out of Trump's mouth.
36 years ago, this happened. I had one beer, right? I had one beer. Well, you think it was... Nope, it was one beer. Oh, good. How did you get home? I don't remember. How'd you get there? I don't remember. Where is the place? I don't remember. How many years ago was it? I don't know. I don't know. What neighborhood was it in? I don't know. Where's the house? I don't know. Upstairs, downstairs, where was it? I don't know. But I had one beer. That's the only thing I remember. And
I'm done with this. This is a joke. This man, anybody who's going to stand behind a womanizer who mistreats women, frequently brags about having touched them by the body part, and then puts a guy who is allegedly mistreating women, 3 people witnessing this, 3 people saying that they were They saw him in those positions where he was abusing women. And we are even dealing with this. If Brett Kavanaugh had any ounce of respect, he would withdraw immediately from the running. But he doesn't have any respect. And we still don't know what happened to the $200,000 missing. That's right. Last year, Brett Kavanaugh was $200,000 in debt. Now he's completely mysteriously out of debt. Strangely enough. That's a little strange. We should definitely have the FBI tell us where that money came from. If they did the due diligence and the research about this guy, they're going to know where that $200,000 came from. Otherwise, they didn't do their job at the FBI, and this is a complete kangaroo court. Everything about this is a ramrod, force-fed corruption party, it seems. Like they're just enjoying it. They're liking the fact that Russians rigged the election in favor of Trump. They're enjoying the glow time now of rigging the Supreme Court. This is the most unscrupulous, irresponsible behavior any group of people could possibly do. These Republicans are engaged in what I consider conspiracy against our country, treasonous acts, installing a man who won't even pass muster on drinking as our Supreme Court justice. It's just unbelievable. All right, I'm going to sign off on that note. Thank you for attending this nonstop bitch fest of David's. It's great to have my ability to talk. I enjoy that. That's part of the deal. Yep. At least we have the ability to communicate and chat too. I don't like the Democrats. I don't want to have to pick the Democrats in the House, but I think that the only way we're going to get even a chance of an impeachment hearing in 2018, 2019 will be to vote Democrats in the House. Sorry. There's no other way it's going to happen. Mueller is certainly not going to do his job. He's very, very late in almost everything he's doing, and it does seem like he's bailing on almost every important thing. It'll be surprising and shocking to see Mueller do anything now that he bailed on his promise of declaring obstruction charges by September. So he said he'd have some obstruction charges by September. We passed September. Now we're in Mueller is a bought, paid off shill land. All right, I'm done. Well, I'd love to take a break. Thank you. But it's been nonstop with this guy and his corporate and New World Order connections with Henry Kissinger as his best friend. How could you even think that he's fighting the deep state? How is that even possible?
Everybody knows Dr. Kissinger, and we're right now talking about Russia and various other...
Mr. President, I want you to know that the New World Order is very happy about your agreement with our plan to help you financially. We will work directly with all of the players to get you plenty of money through the Russian oligarchs, which we own as well.
You have a brand condom named Spoonheck? Really lubricated? Really? Are you making that up, or are you just psychotic and coming up with... Yeah, I really don't know what to believe with you, Pitoro. Yeah, it seems like you're making up things. You know, remember what happened to Howie when he did that? We're trying to treat people, you know, with a certain amount of edginess so that people can know that, yeah, that they're definitely... Yeah, you got to hold your bar up higher and get political questions in the room. It's really important. Tonight I'm going to play you a video too a little later about Trump being the swamp himself. He's surrounded by Ashkenazi Zionists, and you'll learn more about that in this video. Okay, thank you everyone. We're going to sign off. Have a good evening. We'll see you later. Yeah. There's no other way to describe it. I mean, we are doing this every night, and we're not going to give up. Take care.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop.